very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. This is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where a week today, the BetVictor Championship League winner for 2025 will be crowned. But there's still a lot of snooker to be played before the trophy is lifted and the first world ranking event champion of the new snooker season is identified. In fact, there's 2 days of action before the first phase of the tournament is complete and the last 32 lineup is known. Today on Table 2, Group 16 sees Zach Surety and Liam Pullen entering the fray, together with Andrew Paget and Leicester's own Joe O'Connor, who do battle in the opening match. They've just got underway, by the way. Don't forget, you won't miss a single thing on that table throughout the day by simply accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for Table 1, well, we are focused on Group 5. Mitchell Mann takes on Julien Leclerc in our second contest, but first up, Daniel Womersley faces a tough task against Chris Wakelin, who performed with such distinction to reach the quarterfinals at this year's World Championship.
First frame, Chris Wakelin.
Let's start potting. And let me introduce our guest commentator for today. I'm delighted to be in his company. He's been desperate to get behind the microphone. He's a real student of the game, and he's a world ranking event winner from 2021, the Welsh Open. Welcome, everyone, to Jordan Brown.
Thank you, Phil. Good afternoon, everyone at home. What a pleasure it is to be in the comedy box today alongside you. Looking forward to a good day's play today. Interesting group this. That would make Chris obviously the clear favourite, but as we've seen from this tournament so far, there's a lot of top seeds have already fell by the wayside, so wouldn't surprise me if there's a bit of an upset today.
And Jordan, it's good that you're in the commentary box for this one because you've got a history with Daniel Womersley. Tell us all about that very important match you played against him.
Yeah, it was a few years ago now. The year I qualified by a Q school. It was actually an event that I remember very well. I played Dan. It was an interesting match. I nearly threw it away. I was 3-0 up, going pretty well, and then within no time at all, it came back to 3-all, and thankfully I pulled out a 50 break in the decider and managed to go on and qualify. So yeah, just goes to show that Dan can obviously play. He's got pedigree. It's not going to be a walkover by any means for Chris, but let's just see how he does today.
Womersley is a Yorkshireman, practices at the famous club in Leeds, the Northern Snooker Centre. He didn't get his card at the recent Q School. He finished 12th on the top-up list. So into this tournament quite comfortably. Before the start, I spied Chris Wakelin on the practice table, went up to him and shook his hand because I hadn't seen him since the Crucible. I thought he was one of the stars of the show there, certainly for the first week. In the 2 matches he won, both outstanding performances, Jordan.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic at that World Championships one night. Especially, I remember a particular session, I think it was the second session against my good buddy Mark Allen. You can't play much better sessions than that, and it was actually a session that Mark made a 147 in, which is a small consolation obviously, but yeah, no, Chris the last couple of years has really improved, really rate him very highly and rose up the rankings very quickly, and he looks like he's here to stay. He's a very, very heavy scorer. when he gets going, and expect big things of him in the coming seasons.
Yeah, originally got his tour card in 2013 through Q School. I think it's fair to say he wouldn't mind this description. He's a late developer, but now he's arrived. I agree with Jordan. I think he's going to do good things. Certainly if he replicates his Crucible form.
One.
Yeah, it's a great opening pot there from Chris. Bit of a lucky bump in the middle pocket, but he won't mind. He's still at the table and chance to get in down the bulk and down for twice the reds. Can't say you wrong that.
6.
Not sure if there's a red on here. Certainly no easy one anyway. Get on a colour. I think he might have a red clip into the corner here, but no guarantee for position. What do I know? But very unfortunate, obviously, not to be on the pink. Just overran it slightly.
Sometimes you can quickly look at a table and see the reds the way they are and think, well, good brag building chance. That most certainly wasn't. The reds not configured in a very friendly way, and both pink and black out to the reckoning. As he makes the thinnest of contacts with the green.
7.
Yeah, a bit of a misjudgment there from Chris. Left this chance here for Dan. Key shot here if he can get this. Give him a chance to settle into the match here. Not the easiest of pots, to be fair, but was a chance. But give Chris another chance here to get the key on going.
One.
Yeah, I'll see this red again. Just not easy, like I say, but might not cost him too much here. Maybe just the 6 points.
Six.
Well, he played that as a shot to
Chris
nothing, and
Wakelin, 6.
he did what you never want to do. He caught it grossly thick.
Yeah, it was a bit of a risky one, that. He was leaving Chris this red, and he missed it. Just think it's important in these early stages. You just really want to get off to a good start. You want to just settle early and get into the flow of things, but yeah, a bit of a scrappy opener. This reds aren't sitting ideal. Tricky pot here in the middle.
Chris Wakelin. 1.
Yeah, very fortunate there not to have left anything. The red over the middle. It's hard not to see anything but a re-rack, but we'll soon see.
These two have played before. Funnily enough, this is Group 5, and they also played in Group 5 of the tournament in 2021. It resulted in a 2-all draw. Wakelin had a couple of half centuries, but couldn't get the verdict. Well, at the very least, Womersley's remove the prospect of a re-rack, which can never be a bad thing.
Yeah, I thought it was just too close to play a shot like that, Phil. But he's solved that problem for now.
Of course, Jordan, in your first match yesterday, you played a push shot and immediately owned up. Things could have been very different had you not pushed that ball and cleared up.
Yeah, that was the first frame as well, and had a chance to clear up from a frame I had no right to win. Had to go for a red and an opportunity to clear up, but obviously it was an obvious push shot, but just something that you have to own up to and do the right thing. Yeah, if I hadn't pushed that, who knows, would have, a frame like that could have changed things dramatically. I think just in these this sort of format, I think the first frame is just so important. Really want to get off to a good start, because if you're in the first frame, you're in the driving seat, and then your opponent knows that he has to win in 3 frames, or at least 2, to even have a chance of qualifying. So,
well, I'm not going to say this is a clear-cut chance, because it isn't. Maybe, though, it could be Wakelin's best chance so far. Although there doesn't look an awful amount of angle on the red. He was trying to size up.
oh dear. The dreaded miscue. Snooker player's worst nightmare.
4.
You're straight away looking at your tips. You're looking at the mark on the white. It's a nightmare. But yeah, he's obviously just trying to get away from those reds and get up the table. And big ask. Dan's got a great chance here. Pull a few balls, get the cue on going.
1.
Jordan, tell me, when you've had a violent miscue like that, even if there's no obvious damage to the tip, next time you play a deep screw shot, is it still somewhere in the mind?
It's certainly hard to get out of your mind. Especially if you're playing any deep screw shots,
6.
like we're going to see here, possibly from Dan. Maybe he's just going to play a soft stump, but even, say that this, for example, for a shot like this, if this was Chris playing this shot, it would definitely be in his head.
7.
The most miscues I've ever seen in a short period of time, Rob Milkins, in the first phase of this tournament last year. He still won the group. He had a whole series of miscues, and afterwards I was convinced he would say it was the tip causing it, but he said it was his own cueing. It was remarkable. 4, 5, 6 even on the day.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, it is partly to do with back cueing, but it's it's just a complete mishit, really.
14.
But yeah, I want to touch on it earlier. Just you straight away looking at your tip and the worst thing you can ask for is like a chip coming out of your tip and you have to get it replaced, and then getting used to a new tip would be another problem. But everyone seems to be okay.
Everyone okay apart from the cue ball. So the next question, Jordan, when you've been playing a match on the tour, have you encountered tip problems? Have you had to replace it or repair one?
Fortunately, I haven't been in that position yet. Yeah, I certainly have miscues, but don't think it's affecting my tip. And I always have like a wee bit of sandpaper in my case just in case anything goes wrong. But I'm very fortunate in that regard. I know there's other players that have one. I remember Mark Allen years ago in the UK's playing Stephen Lee, and I think he had to play the remainder of, I think it was 6 all or something like that. And I think that there was an issue with his ferrule, and John Paris was on hand at the venue, fortunately, and he had to play the rest of the match with the tip super glued to the wood. So not ideal. I think he eventually lost the match 9-8, but yeah, funny story that I remember him telling me. But yeah, now I'm very fortunate that I haven't had that problem.
Well, a really disjointed frame, this, as it is over on table 2, by the way. There's Joe O'Connor and Andrew Paget begin their contest. That was a very friendly kiss. It almost took the cue ball in behind the yellow. Now, in winning those first 2 matches at the Crucible against Neil Robertson and Mark Allen, he was knocking these in for fun. Very nicely cued.
Yeah, Chris, always very reliable, that sort of shot. Always trusts his cue and believes in himself, and he can get those sort of shots. Very key in this day and age. Create opportunities for yourself. Yeah, he showed at the Crucible. That, yeah, for me, he's here to stay, and he was absolutely flawless, especially in the scoring department. His long game was just exceptional. So, yeah, if he keeps that up, he's going to be a handful.
It took the eventual champion to beat him, Zhao Zintong. Got the impression, of course, the World Championship is out on its own in terms of exposure and also the length of the event. And I got the impression after those 2 outstanding wins, he ran out of steam a little. I think next time, if he gets that far, he'll know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, well, Chris is, I think I'm right in saying it was his 3rd appearance at the Crucible, and
14.
obviously the longer the matches go on, the more it takes Eddie, and yeah, he'll definitely learn from that, Phil. Yeah, he just ran out of steam and obviously ran into the eventual champ,
15.
Zhao Zintong. But absolutely no disgrace. He had a brilliant tournament, and yeah, like you say, next time he gets to that stage, I think he'll be more equipped to it.
Wasn't his only really good tournament last season. He was a semi-finalist at the English Open
21.
and also finalist at the International Championship, where he beat Shaun Murphy, Mark Williams and John Higgins before losing to Ding 10-7 in the final.
match in that. I think that run to the final got him into the top 16, I think I'm right in saying. Certainly got him into the Masters. Well, I think he had to win his first match in the UK, but it got him seeded for the UK. He won his first match, and that sort of guaranteed his place in the Masters. But yeah, no, it was a fantastic run, and totally deserved his place.
Green ball.
Wakelin is the world number 16 at the moment, and so consequently his next engagement will be the Invitation Shanghai Masters, starting on July the 28th. He will play a wildcard player there. We still don't know who it is. But I believe, Jordan, he's got the profile. He's the kind of player who could go all the way and claim the silverware here.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. I mean, with, like I said earlier, a lot of the top seeds filtering early. You know, it's an opportunity for someone like Chris who would fancy his chances. I think he would fancy his chances in any tournament, especially this week with a lot of the top guys exiting early. And obviously, it's like you said earlier, Phil, good preparation for the upcoming Shanghai Masters at the end of this month.
Now to knock that in at that pace down the side rail, well, to put it mildly, was asking an awful lot, and it could have cost Womersley the opening frame. Wakelin 17 ahead, so by the time he gets to the green, that won't be an issue. That's an issue, though. Came as a real surprise.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't expecting that. It was a bit of a lunge. Yeah, very unlike Chris. Miss a shot like that. Pretty routine. Just screwing across for the other side of the pink.
One.
Also lifeline here for Dan to get back into this frame.
Seven. Eight.
Yeah, he's got a good angle on the pink here. For me, I would try and land low. Try and stun off cushion. Go on the other side. On the green. That's where he's looking now. I think it's a key shot coming up here. Try and get an angle on the yellow. Yeah, that's fine.
14.
The option here, try and move it if he wants. Drop him behind, I think I'll be trying to move it, but see what he plays here.
16.
just brushed it, no more. So it's only a safety shot here. Not the easiest, but see what he plays here.
Daniel Womersley, 16.
Yeah, it's quite a good shot there. It's probably the best he could do.
The first frame of the day is in the books on the other table. Joe O'Connor has taken a 1-0 lead over Andrew Paget. The key moment, he knocked in a really good yellow down the side rail to the green pocket using the rest. So O'Connor 1, Paget 0.
Good shot there from Dan. Get Chris in trouble. Hoping for a fullish contact to separate the two balls. Not quite. It's an opportunity, but not straightforward to get on the brown. Close, but just leaves himself a shot at the brown, give himself a chance to close the frame at this visit.
Free.
Yeah, he just has to fully commit this one, full-blooded. And be automatically on the blue, you feel? He gets this, fancy him to win the frame. Brilliantly played. Just in case you're holding yourself together here and get off the great start in this match. Put Chris under pressure early. Yeah, perfect.
It seems as though Wakelin has been the architect of his own downfall by missing that short-range red. And indeed, Womersley has taken advantage, claiming the frame on the pink. And so the top seed in Group 5 is 1-0 down to a qualifying school top-up reserve.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
It has not been a fruitful week for the top seeds in the groups at the BetVictor Championship League. Monday and Tuesday was a washout for them. Will Wednesday be the same? Well, Chris Wakelin has got ample opportunity to recover, but losing the first frame, this is a harsh format. It is not recommended.
That's a great opening pot there from Chris. Maybe just a tuck up behind the brown. Looks like he's taking it on. No hesitancy whatsoever. Brilliant pot.
There was lots of great stuff from Wakelin at the Crucible, as we've discussed. But the one thing I'll always remember was how well he potted bulk colours with the white in bulk. He knocked in one yellow. It was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember that very well. I think, touching on it earlier, that was part of the second session that I mentioned against Mark Allen at the Crucible. Just some of the shots he was pulling out, just unbelievable, really. And I think, I think he got a shot of Mark tapping his lap and appreciation. He realised how difficult some of those shots were just to keep breaks going, and as you see, Chris miss a routine red, really. Yeah, but like you say, just to go to show how much he's improved and how much he believes in his potting ability. He's got that in abundance. Yeah, I remember that yellow in particular. Yeah, it was just brilliant pot. Let's see Dan's pot red there. He's got another opportunity. Inflict some more damage in these early proceedings. Chris just doesn't look settled so far. Well, so Dan hasn't either, but obviously he's got that frame lead and desperate to try and build on it. He'll not be too happy with that.
Now that was more like it. Lots of revolutions on the cue ball as it sprinted back down table.
That didn't go according to plan. Playing for red at the top of the pack.
Chris Wakelin, 6.
Looks a bit all over the place at the minute, Chris. Not like him at all.
When a red goes over a pocket you need cover, the next best thing is to leave awkward queuing. Well, awkward queuing on one red, but the other one remains wide open.
Another great pot there from Chris. Got two open reds, so maybe 3. At some
7.
point he's going to have to disturb something to win the frame.
Eight.
Yet to kickstart his season, he played in the Wuhan Open qualifiers, drew Marco Fu, which is no easy task. And Fu was inspired, made 3 centuries in that match to win 5-3. Fu had breaks of 120, 136 and 113 to clinch. So you think, well, okay, that was a bad draw. I won't have too many more of those. And yet in the British Open, first round at Cheltenham in September, he's drawn Kyron Wilson.
This is a good.
Now that is cruel for those two to meet in the first round. It is an open draw, the British Open, unique amongst the ranking events, but Wilson, Wakelin in the first round.
Yeah, not the best first round for both of them. Both top 16 now, and I think there's another one that caught my eye in the British Phil. I think it was Mark Williams, CJW. A couple of real standouts, but yeah, you just touched on it there. Draw Marco. Obviously, we know Marco's down the rankings for obvious reasons, injury and travel restrictions during COVID and that. But I think it's good to see Marco back to playing somewhere near his best. You know, he was in top 16 for a number of years, and not the friendliest first round draw for Chris, and he obviously showed that with 3 centuries, like you say, Phil. And yeah, I think it's maybe shown today. Chris, you know, under pressure, he hasn't got off to the best of starts, and wants to obviously fix some damage here, but I don't think he'll be doing it this visit.
I always talk about this, about the things you hear in snooker and these little phrases that are churned out, and they are deemed to be wisdom when in fact they're total rubbish. When you hear people say, yeah, but you've got to beat the best players to win tournaments. Not necessarily. And they always say, oh, well, luck evens itself out. The draws will even themselves out. Sometimes they don't, and the way the circuit is structured right now, if you have a spell where you have a series of horrible draws, it can be a real detriment.
Yeah, I can hand over for you, or I can't. It's yeah, obviously if you can only beat who's in front of you. That's all you're in control of. That's the way I look at it anyway. You know, whether it's a tough draw or not, you know, because I think the standard these days, Phil, I mean, everybody can play. There's no easy games. I think all you can control is how you perform, and if you play well enough, you usually win. So I don't think it really matters these days.
When you won the Welsh Open, of course, Jordan, you had the toughest possible draw, the great tactical maestro and the great entertainer, and you beat them both, Mark Selby and, in the final, Ronnie O'Sullivan. What a memory. What an achievement. Always obviously badly overcuts that red.
Yeah, Phil, thanks for giving me a good memory there. Haven't had too many of them recently. Obviously trying to replicate that, you know, hasn't been easy, but you know, just like I touched on earlier, it's so tough these days. But yeah, no, it's always a good memory to look back on, and just a memorable week. And yeah, did it the hard way, 5 deciding frames, and I think the match I played against Mark Selby in the quarters, still to this day, probably the toughest match I've ever played. But you know, because he just never gives in, and so I certainly was made down it that week, and obviously beat my hero Ronnie in the final. Yeah, something I'll cherish forever, and
9.
try and get more of those days, hopefully.
When it went to a decider, I've got to be honest, I thought O'Sullivan will find a way here. But the break you made was so cool to win it. What were the emotions as those balls were going in? Or were you trying to quell emotion?
Yeah, I still remember that deciding frame like it was yesterday. It was yeah, nerve-wracking. Obviously, he flicked the red and missed the blue in the corner and gave me the opportunity. And I just said to myself in my seat, if I get an opportunity, just be ready for it and
14.
just give every single shot 100%. And I think that's all you can do, because I think I maybe showed it throughout the whole day. I played the balls and not the player, and I think if you do that, you know, I think it's going to be key to, you know, beating these Ronnie or any of the top boys. You have to just forget about who you're playing, and yeah, we'll just obviously just see Christmas, this red in the middle, tricky red. You expect him to get it, but yeah, it was yeah, I just held myself together, thankfully, and yeah, so it's a memory I'll never forget.
Well, I think Wakelin will want to forget the way he started here. Now look at this. Okay, Womersley came to the table 47 points adrift, but he could easily erase that deficit.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity here for Dan. 4 open reds. I think the only stumbling block is those 2 reds beside the pink. But even the outside one will go in the middle, so you have to say it's a really good chance. He's obviously missed a couple so far, and I think he can take confidence in the fact that, you know, Chris hasn't played how we all know he can, and I think Dan will realise that and give him a bit of confidence
9.
for the rest of this match.
Looking good for Joe O'Connor on table 2. He's very nicely in amongst the balls. 1-0 ahead and 38 up in the second frame. No stranger to coming into this tournament and having a tough opening match. Last year in this event, Womersley provided the opposition for Kyron Wilson, and that was Wilson's first match as world champion.
Yeah, he's played that red really well. Perfect on the blue. I have to say, he's looking good here for 2-0. I haven't seen Dan play myself. You know, he's very, very capable. He's been floating around the English ranks and Q Tour for a long time now, and definitely good enough for the tour.
23.
It's only a matter of time before he makes that grade, but he's wouldn't surprise me at all if he was to do so very soon.
Well, Wakelin will be immensely relieved.
Yeah, that was a great chance going back in there to see this red. Nothing difficult about it, really.
1.
Giving Chris a lifeline. You can't let these boys off the hook, I'm afraid. So, red colour red required here.
6.
Level of match.
Seven. $14.
See that red disappear. Chris will be mighty relieved. He could have easily been 2-0 behind there and on the back foot in early proceedings of today.
And now the aim will be to replicate what Stephen Maguire did on the very first day of competition. A couple of weeks back, he lost his first frame, won his next 9.
$25. $29.
Played the brown like that to give himself a queuing shot on the blue to test the queuing out. Well, it wasn't Wakelin's best frame. He made mistakes again. But on this occasion, he got away with them. Wakelin equalises.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Everything on the line, all permutations, all results still possible in this first match of the day in Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League. 1-1, so we could see an opening draw, or either player could yet gain a full 3 points. I was mentioning in the last frame that last season, the first player to meet Kyron Wilson as world champion was Daniel Womersley. If Chris Wakelin gets through his first round match at the Shanghai Masters, he will be the first player to take on Zhao Xintong, the new world champion.
Yeah, and if that were to happen, what an occasion that would be. I think we could all agree Zhao at the World Championships was, I think, took everyone's breath away just with how easy he made the game looked, and just nothing seemed to faze him at all. And it'll be very interesting to see how he fares as world champion. I think it's brilliant for China, brilliant for the sport, and I'll be looking forward to
1.
seeing how he fares. I wouldn't like to be on the receiving end too often if he's hitting me with a barrage. But yeah, absolutely fantastic performance of the words.
That was a Zhao Xintong kind of shot, nonchalantly knocking in a very high tariff red to middle and giving himself a great chance immediately. Yeah, I think you were mentioning the strength and depth on the tour these days, and that was underlined by the fact that the 2 toughest tests that Zhao was given in the World Championship were both in qualifying, one by Longzi Wang and the other by Elliot Slesser.
Yeah, I think that just made his achievement more phenomenal, Phil. 4 qualifying matches just to even reach the Crucible. Put to the test, a couple of 10-8s. Could easily have went out in those occasions, but, you know, stayed strong when he needed to, and he just got better and better as the tournament went on, and just made it look ridiculously easy at times. And, you know, it was fantastic to watch, I must say, and in my personal opinion, probably the best talent I've seen since the great Ronnie O'Sullivan. And yeah, like I said earlier, it'd be interesting to see how he fares world champion, but
15.
would not surprise me in the slightest if he goes on another barrage.
Talking about O'Sullivan, how was he when you beat him in the Welsh Open final? Was he magnanimous?
Yeah, he had some very kind words for me. I actually managed to qualify for the Players' Championship as a result of winning that Welsh Open, and just at the breakfast table, and he managed to sit himself down beside me and wanted to know everything about me, and
21.
he was very, very kind, you know, with his words, and you know, I think Ronnie gets a lot of
22.
stick for, you know, not being good in front of camera, but behind the scenes, he's a totally different person, and I've nothing but good things to say about Ronnie. He's always been very nice to me, and yeah, and it was a great boost, you know, hearing something like that from Ronnie.
28.
You know, it certainly gave me a bit of confidence going forward.
That's another one of the old chestnuts you hear. Who's going to be the next Ronnie O'Sullivan? Well, I don't think there will be the next Ronnie O'Sullivan because he's incomparable. He's given so many people so much pleasure over the years. And let's hope there's still plenty more titles in there, because watching him is an absolute joy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Phil.
33.
Last season, he obviously missed out a lot of tournaments for personal reasons, and we were just all hoping he was good and well. You know, sometimes the game takes its toll on you. I can vouch for that. It's very tough. Sometimes you just need a break from the game.
34.
He's done the right thing, and he came back for the World Championships. Everyone was glad to see him back fitting well, and we're just hoping we'll see a lot more of him in the next few seasons, because you have to cherish him while he's around, because you don't know how long he's got left. You know, he's approaching 50, and he's yeah, certainly one of the best talents, not just in snooker but in sport in general.
Yeah, I remember in the late
21.
1970s, one of the great sporting rivalries, and it was fantastic to watch. As a Brit was the rivalry between Sebastian Coe and Steve Ovett, the two middle distance runners. And I remember my father saying to me, cherish this because it won't last forever. And that applies to all of the great sportsmen, all of the great rivalries over the years. I was thinking about this the other day when West Indies were skittled out for 27 against Australia in the
29.
cricket. When I was growing up, West Indies were the most unbelievable team, and you take them for granted. You never think they would not be the champions.
No, definitely not. And Chris has this red and this pink in the middle here. Yeah, great shot. I don't think he's going to be hampered. Badly hampered. The spots.
I think he's done really well here, Wakelin, because it wasn't just the fact he lost the first frame, it was the way he lost it. And of course he was in danger of losing the second as well. You can't escape the feeling that he's turned the corner.
56.
Yeah, I think this spot, so he's a real horrible shot here. But all he has to do is just concentrate in the pot. Yeah, he's done really well there.
57.
Perfect angle on the pink. There's a such couple of reds that he needs to secure this frame. Played it perfectly. It's just a case of a couple of wee soft
63.
stuns and screws here. Put this frame to bed. 63 in the lead. Red pink should seal it.
$64. $70.
Yeah, you touched on it earlier, Phil. I think he's done really well here, considering how he lost the first frame. And could easily have lost the second. This match just
71.
quickly turned around. And looks very much in the driving seat now, doesn't he, Phil?
Yeah, this is the Wakelin that played so well so often last season. I can tell you on the other table,
79.
Joe O'Connor won the second frame with a break of 116, so leads Andrew Paget 2-0. Are we going to see a century here?
$85.
Yeah, he's not far away
86.
from another century. I think I touched on it earlier, just how heavy he scores. Very, very reliable whenever he's in amongst the pink and black. I'm sure Phil will get us his stats very soon of how many centuries he's made last season. But yeah, this is a really good effort here from Chris.
94.
Superb century.
101.
A bit of a trick shot here. Yeah, not to be. Oh,
102.
never thought that was going to drop in a million years, Phil.
Well, it shouldn't have dropped in a billion years. In answer to your question, Wakelin made 22 centuries last season,
109.
and he's well inside the century of Century Club,
111.
i.e. he's made over 100 centuries in professional competition.
114. 118.
And we mustn't forget, if he can go on and make a total clearance here, 136, that could be really important. at the end of the day, because
123.
places, even top spot in the group, can often be decided by the high break. And this is a really good mark.
9. Chris Wakelin, 100.
136, the total clearance from Chris Wakelin. Total clearance, total quality. And the world number 16 hits the front. He leads Daniel Womersley 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
You can make a numerically higher break than 136, of course, but you can't do much better than a total clearance. 36 pots, and with that, Wakelin not only leading now, but feeling a whole lot better confidence-wise. A lot for all 4 players in this group. Jordan rests on this frame.
Yeah, this format kind of throw up some interesting things, you know, for other players later in the group. You know, this is a massive frame. Like if it's 2 each, the 2 players that are following this match, you know, it's an opportunity for them to maybe get a couple of wins under their belt and put the pressure back on swings and roundabouts. But yeah, this is a massive last frame in context of the group. Always feel like a draw is no good. You know, if Chris can come out with 3 points here, he's firmly on the driving seat. Bit of a tricky situation this year for Don. He hasn't got an easy safety by any means. You have to go all out for a pot here. Just can't see anything easy. Rip back the bulk isn't an option, really. You might have to take this on. Oh, very fortunate there. Wow. I think they're having a laugh about it there. It's
I think that's the second most fortunate safety shot I've seen in this tournament. The most fortunate had to be Zhang Anda when he was taking on Kawei Chung. It was the last frame of the entire group. Whoever won the frame would be top. It was a black ball dogfight. Zhang Anda miscued playing safe. The black still went safe. Kawei Chung left a tough black and Zhang knocked it in. That's why he's still in the tournament. So, yeah. Womersley extremely fortunate, but not quite as fortunate as Zhang, given the timing.
Who knows? Not a little bit of good fortune could swing this match. Oh dear! Just as I say that, he's played an absolute horror shot there. First glance, he's done very well to get away with that again. How is he not on a red there, Phil?
Well, some of the more volatile players in the game would now be boiling over. Wakelin tried to see the funny side. Now, you notice there, that's the psychology of snooker players. The first one he could deal with. The second, oh no.
I just wonder what sort of route he's going to go for here. Yeah, Chris has played an excellent safety there, made it very, very difficult here for Dan. Not an easy pass back to bulk by any means here. Bet Chris is just sitting in the seat there, just dreading the same thing happening again, but he's certainly in the ascendancy in this frame. Yeah, that's gone wrong. Not a great chance here for Chris to conjure up a few points on the board and maybe kill this match off.
1.
I think he's landed a bit straight here. This is another roll there. Been absolutely perfect for choice of reds, but as it happens, he's got a bit of work to do. Keep his break going.
Six. Seven.
Well, it couldn't have worked out much better. I think he was going to be on the black anyway, but I think that flick certainly helped matters. Still got a bit of manoeuvring to do. There's a, it looks very busy around this black spot. Still a couple of reds to remove before you can say it's a frame winning chance, but I think this red to the left, as we see, of the black, is the problem ball. It's just making things a bit awkward at the minute, but we'll see how he goes about this. Not ideal. It's going to be a tricky red in the middle here.
14.
Any aspirations to keep this break going? Superb.
It was the kind of red that, had he not dominated the previous frame, might not have fallen. But when you're in a groove and you're as good as Wakelin, quite often you stay in the groove for quite some time. Clever use of side. standard in this tournament has been excellent. We've had 78 breaks of 3 figures, so 78 centuries compiled by 55 different players.
Yeah, it just goes to show the standard these days, Phil. It's scary good. I think it's fair to say, you know, that these wrestling tables that we're playing on, they're playing a little bit more generous. Maybe as a slight factor, but just, yeah, I think just the overall standard is just got better and better over the last decade. As I see, Phil or Chris just on a position there, no option, just put the weight tight as possible to the cushion, make things very difficult for Dan. Actually queued that really well, did Dan. I think he had no option but to take it on. Have Chris a half chance here. It's a great pot.
1.
Choice of ball colour to get down for the reds. You feel if he gets on a red here, could be the great start of the day.
Yeah, one good positional shot, and it would be the beginning of the end, maybe.
Oh, he's been very fortunate there, I feel. Thought he was just going to stick in that red, but it looks like he's got a chance to chip this red in, hold for the pink. Yeah.
6.
Yeah, you have to say it's a great chance now. Put this match to bed.
On the other table, Andrew Paget still potting balls, but he's done more than enough to win the 3rd frame, so Joe Connor's lead is 2-1. As the top seed, Wakelin doesn't have to play again in this session. His next contest is at 5 o'clock. And the lengthy wait to get back out there is made easier if you've got a win under the belt. Actually, where he lives, Rugby, isn't too far from here. He could pop home.
20.
Yeah, I've actually visited Rugby,
21.
Phil, to practice with Chris. I think I played him on one occasion. And yeah, he's got a nice setup there. Practice is hard. Like I said earlier, because the last couple of seasons he's got the rewards. He's been very, very consistent. And
29.
he's not far away from here from getting off to a good start, and he can relax now, get a bite to eat, and come back at 5 o'clock.
36.
Yeah, his second match is against Mitchell Mann, and it is Mitchell who we'll see next. He's up against
37.
Julien Leclerc, who is a very big lad. Tall, imposing, and He hits the balls 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, he makes me look small, Phil. Very dangerous player. Looking forward to seeing how he fares in this group. Very good putter. Let's just see Chris.
45.
Pot, virtually match ball. Yeah, what a turnaround. Just looked like he couldn't settle at all earlier, but he scored so heavy ever since, and I think Dan missed the boat. You know, could have easily went 2-0 ahead, and you just can't do that against these top pros. It's
53.
soon comes back to bite you, and it has.
First break.
The Miss Black far too late to save Womersley. He's carrying on. I'm rather surprised, actually.
One.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a case of just getting a bit of practice, you know, going into this next match, get used to the conditions, the surroundings, you know, it's something that he's not used to very often. No harm in doing it, I suppose, but yeah, this match is pretty much dead and buried now, and
Yeah, he needs half a dozen snookers.
9.
yeah, I wonder if he'll go for him, Phil. I think maybe he just wants to clear up.
You see this kind of thing in first frames all the time, and that's quite logical, but very rarely do you see it in last frames.
16.
Yeah, I always feel like if you're playing on more than 3 snookers, can't really logistically win the frame. It's very rare, you know. I'm sure you'll correct me, Phil, and maybe 1 or 2 occasions frames have been won with 4 snookers. Very rare occasion 5, but it doesn't happen that often. But yeah, I think it's just a case of just getting a bit of table time. No harm in it, I suppose. First match of the day.
There was a story going around many moons ago that at the qualifying school in Blackpool all those years back when the game went out, someone lost a frame after their opponent had needed 9 snookers. It was never verified, but the gentleman who told me, Mark Johnston Allen, who's a good pal of mine, was convinced it had happened.
Was that only pink and black left on the table, Phil?
You're a cruel man.
I think I remember a match years ago in the Grand Prix. I think it was Ryan Day, Marco Fu, am I right in saying?
Well, Grand Prix, yeah. Semi-final, Ryan won the frame after needing 4 snookers. I think the record for TV is the 5 that John Spencer got against Jimmy White.
1.
Surely the concession will arrive now. Indeed it does. So, it was a case of 2 distinct halves for that match. In the first couple of frames, Wakelin wasn't at his best by any means, but then came the 136 total clearance in the third, and in the end, the group's top seed defeats Daniel Womersley by 3 frames to 1. Next up in around 5 minutes' time, it is Belgium against England. Julien Leclerc against Mitchell Mann.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understood what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to the heart of the city of Leicester. The Mattioli Arena is hosting another day of BetVictor Championship League snooker. We know about Chris Wakelin starting off with a 3-1 win over Daniel Womersley, highlighted by a 136 total clearance. On the other table, Joe O'Connor made a century, 116, and he's just beaten Andrew Paget 3-1. So the two top seeds off to an agreeable start, which hasn't been the case for the rest of this week. Next up on table 2, Zach Surety against Liam Pullen. Here on table 1, Dave Hendon's joined me in the commentary box for Mitchell Mann against Julien Leclerc.
Have a good match. Have a good match. First frame.
The formalities out of the way. Let's get this underway.
Yeah, Julien Leclerc, they call him the Belgian Beast. He's quite an imposing figure, isn't he? I think, though, that first match, we've been saying it the whole tournament, is really big, and we've seen top seeds not win it and really struggle after that. But Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor, I think now are big favourites in their respective groups. Now they've got the 3 points. It's up to these other players to try and keep pace. Of course, Leclerc here will play back-to-back matches. He got Daniel Womersley after this, so he could potentially get to 6 points, but he needs to be getting something out of these matches because, of course, he plays Wakelin up last.
Yeah, I think Wakelin definitely has got a really good hand now. I think O'Connor, maybe it's a slightly tougher group with Surety and Pullen, but yeah, you're right, he's undoubtedly in the driver's seat.
Leclerc, 22 years of age, former shootout runner-up, of course. One of 3 Belgians on tour. Luca Purcell pulled out of this event, but Ben Mertens, of course, has won his group, so he'll be coming back for stage 2. Mitchell Mann from the West Midlands. Already lining one up here. Played that with a degree of safety in mind. Seen a lot of frames like this during the Championship League where Reds just start going to the bulk end of the table. So a lot of the safety's played at the black end, and what often happens is the Reds get pushed far and wide, and there is a big break on eventually. It's just who gets in to make it.
Well, let's hope this match is as exciting as Mitchell Mann's first contest of the season. Wuhan Open qualifier to earn a trip to that huge city in China. He was 4-0 down to Scott Donaldson, fought back to 4-4, and Donaldson won the decider on a respotted black.
This is the thing, isn't it? You know, not everyone studies the details of matches, so you see the result. Okay, Donaldson's won 5-4, but you've got no idea of the drama that's gone on within it, and indeed the standard of play. You can play really well in those qualifiers and not get through. Equally, you can struggle and sort of just find a way of winning. But they're so important, aren't they? Because, you know, if you lose that first round, you get no points, you get no prize money.
Yes, and considering what had happened, I thought Mann showed great resolve in his British Open qualifier. He beat Wang Yu Chen 4-3 from 3-2 down. So a mixed start to the season, but certainly not all bad.
Now then, this is a bit of trouble. Could just roll to the cluster here, I guess, because you don't really want to be taking the white down to bulk, I don't think. Needs a safe spot for it. Well, can he cut the red in fact, to the yellow pocket? That's what he's looking at. Yeah, well, that's safe enough. It's in the pocket. And a nice kiss on the brown.
One.
Oh dear, a mile away.
Well, apart from a shot where it's an obvious miscue, I don't think you'll see a top player missing a pot of that type by quite so much. Very often, yeah, real misjudgment. He plays quickly and decisively, does Leclerc. Hits the balls crisply.
Well, he's quite an imposing presence, isn't he? I mean, you know, even the nickname, the Belgian Beast. But then you see him and he's got great presence at the table. And you can use that to your advantage. Think of some of the top players like Neil Roberts and Sean Murphy, the way they sort of stomp around the table. Really imposing themselves on matches. A chance to get his hand on the table. He was here yesterday practicing. He's been practicing, of course, before the match, so just trying to get himself going from the off, because as I say, it's a big session for him with these back-to-back matches. You can put a bit of pressure on Wakelin later ahead of their meeting last up.
7.
Yeah, we were just talking about those qualifiers that were played the week before this tournament began, and Leclerc lost both of them. 5-1 to Barry Hawkins to make it to Wuhan, and 4-2 to Ben Wollaston to make it to Cheltenham in the British Open. So behind the 8-ball already.
Well, it'll be interesting when he plays Wakelin later, because of course it was here at the Mattioli where they played in the shootout final. Very different event, just one frame. And Chris Wakelin made that 119, didn't he? Julian didn't really get a look in.
13.
Well, I think it's fair to say, Dave, that until Sean Murphy made his 147, apart from that, maybe Wakelin's break was the best ever at the shootout until, as I say, Murphy's came into the equation, because that's one of the great breaks of all time in any snooker, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, for Chris to do it in the final, obviously, was
20.
a magnificent way to win it. Leclerc scored quite well last season at 11 centuries of the 23 he's made in his career, so that was encouraging, but he didn't get past the last 48 in a ranking event, the final qualifying round of the UK Championship. That was also here at the Mattioli. Starting to look like a costly missed blue from Mitchell Mann, who was first in this frame.
Because of his size, Leclerc doesn't have to use the rest as much as most. But he's perfectly adequate when he's using it.
32.
Well, just lost his way slightly here. He's had a look at the red to yellow pocket already. Looks like he's committed himself to it. What a great pot as well. He really did commit to it. Bosh.
Yeah, there's no great overly thinking when he's down on the shot. That's not a bad thing. Okay, you can think as much as you like when you're in the decision-making process, but once you're down, just pull the trigger.
I think, Phil, again, it's a bit become a hobby horse for us, but the Belgian World Cup team, if that event came back, would be special, wouldn't it? What a mix of characters that would be. Brissell, Mertens and Leclerc here.
Yeah, I think it's a hobby horse because we both know we're right. It would be a great tournament. Logistically, it would work perfectly. One table, 16 teams, best of 9, so they all play each other. The 3 players in each team. Straight knockout. It is so marketable.
44.
I think that's the thing as well, knockout, rather than sort of some internal group scenario. Make every match meaningful. We put this out there for whoever wants to hear the call. But Julien Leclerc, meantime, continuing nicely. Needs a couple more reds to win this frame impressively.
50.
Just had that one recovery shot, didn't he? We saw him thumping the red into the yellow pocket. Otherwise, he's taken these nicely. This red then, and it's Snooker's required. And Mitchell Mann's missed blue. In the end, was a big error for him.
Straight into stride. Now the missed blue means that Mann surely will come back to the table. He's 55 behind, 51 on, so just one snooker needed. Leclerc could come to regret that missed blue. Well, by taking the blue, Mann accepts that he will now need 2 snookers. Yeah, I think he's just given up the ghost because he wasn't on either pink or black. And consequently, there was no way back. And so, Julien Leclerc has made a sharp, successful start.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So, Chris Wakelin already with a win tucked away, 3-1 over Daniel Womersley. Now, in the second match of Group 5, Julien Leclerc looking to go a little better and maybe win 3-0 to move to the top of the table early. And the importance of winning this match for Leclerc is increased by the fact, due to the schedule, he plays next as well against Daniel Womersley. So, if you go into that second match of 2, having just won, you feel good. If you lose, the schedule can be something of a negative for you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting format, isn't it? It's obviously unique to this event, but it keeps everyone on their toes. And even yesterday, we weren't sure whether Liu Wenwei had realised he'd won the group or not after winning his second match, but it can, as we know, come down to the odd frame here or there, or even a high break. So it's just a bit different to the straightforward knockout that the guys are used to week in, week out on the World Snooker Tour. There've been some hard luck stories as well along the way, players who've actually played well and got points on the board and not come through, but that's just the nature of it.
Yeah, best players not to top a group, I would say Dwayne Jones would be in the conversation. Craig Steadman, he played nicely.
Yeah, and actually yesterday Martin O'Donnell I thought played well, but of course Tepcharanu beat him in the last match.
Now he caught that red not quite as full as he wanted to. First frame of match 2 on table 2 today is coming to a conclusion. Zach Surety has taken a 1-0 lead over Liam Pullen, and from the very early indications I'm getting, he seems just as confident as he did towards the tail end of last season.
Wasn't the best safety that from Mitchell Mann. Caught the brown, which means Leclerc has his hand on the table, and we know a confident long potter he is, but on this occasion he doesn't find his target. The red on the left hand side just stopped. It looked like it might keep running and be on to left middle, but just stopped in time.
Done pretty well there. Okay, the black is seriously hemmed in, but apart from that, the table's quite inviting.
saw what happened in the last frame when he broke down, so got to really focus here on just trying to get going in this match. They're short matches, there's not a lot of time, and already this is a little thin, and he's going to have to get a bit more length on the cue, so it's already gone a little awkward.
Mitchell Mann hails from Birmingham, which has got a great snooker tradition. Not least, though, because it held at Campkins Billiard Hall the very first World Championship won by Joe Davis.
The final, yeah, John Bright Street in Birmingham, which is in the city centre. And there is a move to, because it's the centenary of that World Championship, of course, 2 years from now, to arrange with the Birmingham Heritage Foundation a blue plaque to put on the site of the what was Campkins Hall. It's not there now, of course, but just to tell everybody that that's where it was held.
And then in 1972, when Alex Higgins won his first of 2 world titles, that was at Selly Park, British Legion. Again, a building that doesn't exist, Dave, anymore.
That's right, yeah. That's another site of another landmark moment for snooker. And of course, there's another one in Birmingham, and again, it's not there now, but the old Pebble Mill Studios, where they had Pot Black, which of course popularised snooker on the BBC in the 1970s. Well, that's gone wrong. He's not on the black, so just 22 scored. And the problem he's got here, of course, is red towards the ball. Got to try and find a safe spot for the cue ball here. May just be a case of just laying it to the cushion here. Yeah, just didn't want to sort of risk playing it down the other end.
22.
This early on, Chris Wakelin will not be watching this match intently. Maybe not watching it at all, but what he wants, ideally, would be a 2-all draw. Second best scenario for him would be 3-1, either way. What he doesn't want is for, well, Leclerc to win 3-0.
Just avoided the double kiss there. This is spot of bother for Mitchell Mann. He's done well to thread the cue ball through the danger area, and it's good pace on the white as well.
Well, that was almost an exceptional result. Leclerc fully intentionally weaving the cue ball through a couple of gaps, almost getting a potentially profitable snooker in behind the brown. Almost.
One.
We've seen this before with Leclerc. When he's on, he can be a formidable potter. And when he comes to cue power, he most certainly doesn't lack that.
Five. Twelve.
Well, it's a good chance now for 2-0. Based on how assured he looked in the first frame.
Started the season 77th in the world rankings. I've talked about the fact he didn't have the best of times in the qualifiers. Those early season tournaments, Wuhan and British Open, so winning this group would be timely to say the least.
Well, he didn't like the contact there, but he seems okay on the red. It's a little bit of a stretch, but he's a big bloke, as we know. Yeah, no problem.
20.
Whoever wins this group is going to go into a highly competitive second phase group, Group E, which already features Dave Gilbert,
27.
Liu Hongyu, who played very nicely, and Ricky Walden, who is in possession of the highest break of the tournament so far, 143.
28.
Yeah, that's a really good group already, isn't it? And one of many. Of course, we start on Friday with stage 2.
Well, on paper, the Friday group we're going to see on table 1 is the best of the lot. Zhang Anda, Stephen Maguire, Johan Sejun and Tepchira Nu.
36.
Leclerc will have noticed that the pockets are more accommodating along the top cushion than normal.
44.
Players have a sixth sense how tables are playing. They know when they're tight, they know when they're generous. And sometimes
51.
shot selection patterns change depending on circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, every snooker table plays differently, and sometimes the weather conditions play a part, sometimes the venue. And there's two sort of schools of thought as a player. One is to complain about the conditions, the other is to adapt. You look at Ronnie O'Sullivan now, of course Ronnie's the greatest player ever, but he's also the greatest adapter that we know in terms of the conditions. You can work a table out very quickly and work out how to play it, how to deal with it, whereas not every player is like that. Well, not every player is like Ronnie O'Sullivan, but you know what I mean. He can just cope with it. Whereas you get the feeling with a few players, if it's not set up to their absolute specific liking, they just can't handle it.
He has got a penchant for hitting the balls hard, and sometimes
58.
that makes the pots more difficult. That was never easy using the rest. And when you pile drive the ball like that, you have to be so accurate. No reason why man can't steal this apart from missing the first red.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real chance to turn the tide in this match. Nice pot from Leclerc. So this black will put him 44 in front with 43 on. This is effectively frame ball. And he can forget that he ever missed that red with the rest. It's looking like 2-0. And of course, this is when, again, the permutations come in, because if he can not only win, but win 3-0, because Wakelin won 3-1 earlier, so he's already going to be ahead of him on that metric. He's got a chance to win another match and make himself the kind of man to beat in the group, if you like. I think I'm right in saying Zhang Anda is the only top 16 player who's actually made it through. They didn't all enter, but he's the only one in the next stage. Of course, Chris Wakelin is the world number 16, so he's attempting to join him there today. Might have his hands full. Looking at Leclerc here, he's starting to look confident.
17.
Yeah, one of those players who has got a big upside. In fact, he's very similar to his fellow countryman Ben Mertens. We saw with Ben when he started to fire.
22.
He played some superb stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these guys can play seriously well. It's doing it when it matters. It's doing it under pressure. It's doing it when the attention's on you. And it's doing it consistently. If you can tick all those boxes, you'll have a successful career.
37.
The Belgian beast getting the job done. Mitchell Mann, I'm afraid, finds himself 2-0 down quite quickly, and now the best he can hope for is a draw.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The second match of the day on table one is well underway. Julien Leclerc leads Mitchell Mann 2-0. If you're just joining us, it was a 3-1 win for Chris Wakelin earlier over Daniel Womersley, which included 136 total clearance. And I can tell you some interesting exchanges going on table two right now. Zach Surety has just pumped in a really good last red from distance and has the chance to clear up to win the second frame from Liam Pullen and take a 2-0 lead. Just popping into table two to see the decisive black ball. Yes, it wasn't the best of safeties from Pullen on the last red. He caught the green. Then Surety, who I think looks absolutely full of confidence, stroked in the red and cleared up. 2-0 it is.
Yeah, confidence is, for any player, of course, so important, but Zach spoken about the issues he's had with anxiety, and that's been an issue in his career, but obviously if he can get past that, then there's no reason why he can't really climb the rankings. He's a serious talent. We saw him at the Crucible on his debut. At one spell against Ding, knocking everything in, and of course very nearly got to the World Open final as well, just before that. Mitchell Mann, though, just struggling a bit here. He had that chance, didn't he, when Leclerc in frame 1 missed the red with the rest and immediately missed a red to right corner. He'd missed the blue initially in frame 1. Leclerc made 56 off it, so... OK, he's covered that red, but he himself is not really putting a dent in this match. Whereas Leclerc, who's cued that really nicely, clearly has settled, and he's looking confident and in the hunt for not only victory, but a 3-0 victory, which is the perfect start. Very busy time on the World Snooker Tour, and also, of course, in Q Sports in general, the World 9-Ball Pool Championship next week in Jeddah, which is a huge international event. And we should we say farewell, Phil, to Marcel Eckhart. He's going actually tonight because he's going to be out there, of course. So he's done a great job here as tournament director, and you'll be seeing him out there yourself.
Yeah, go out there on Saturday, arrive Sunday, and then start the commentary. Really looking forward to it. Both massive Saudi Q Sports events last season had incredible finishes. We know about Judd Trump's clearance against Mark Williams. The final of the World 9-Ball Championship, Fedor Gorsht beat Eklund Kachi in a deciding rack after Kachi
14
went in off for safety. One of the commentators alongside me was Carl Boys. He called the in-off. It was a brilliant call. And as the cue ball was going towards the pocket, the look on Kachi's face, I'll never forget it. Gorsht, of course, then ruthlessly cleared up to win $250,000 US and move to the top of the World 9-Ball Tour rankings, where, of course, he remains. But it will be a tough task to successfully defend.
Well, he's played the cannon there to the pink, but didn't get it, so we have to take this blue on. He wants to keep the break going. Didn't he play that well?
Yeah, it was one of those bad positional shots that in the end, I think, did him a favour. Very impressive, this. Bear in mind, previous 2 frames, he put together a half century in both. Oh.
26.
Has he got the black? Well, no touching ball called. Accepted the fact he couldn't get any kind of pinpoint position on the red.
33.
Now these are the kind of balls he knocks in for breakfast.
.34.
Got a very straight cue action, Dave.
He's one of those players, you always think he's going to pop the next ball. He just has that sort of, yeah, that manner about him. And that must feed into the opponents watching him. You know, he's got presence for sure, and he's got talent as well. So it's about
41.
Just finding consistency. It's such a high standard down the ranks. As I said earlier, you can play terrifically well and not win.
42.
It's whether Julian Leclerc can get on a run in a tournament, get a nice stash of ranking points, try and safeguard his position. Who's to say this Championship League might be the one? Of course, we had a Belgian winner 3 years ago, didn't we, Luca Brissell?
49.
Ben Merton's already through this year to stage 2.
50.
Yes, so far 9 nations represented in the last 32. Well, now from here,
58.
the end of the match should be nigh.
Big break on as well, isn't there? This is to get to 65. There's 75 still there. Well, he wanted to come past that red, really. He still needs another red.
65.
And a colour. It's on this one to right corner, so it's about just landing nicely on a colour. He's okay. Blue for 3-0, and you can't ask for better than that.
And not only is it going to be 3-0, so he's the table topper for now.
71.
He could yet top Wakelin's 136 break as the highest of the group.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows that Wakelin made that, because I know he was practicing while that match was on, so he may be unaware. Either way, this is laying down his own marker, and of course now he's got the chance to get to 6 points by winning his next match. The fact he's won 3-0. It depends on how the other results go, but it may be that he could afford a draw against Wakelin later to win the group. It could be that Chris Wakelin has to beat him. We'll see. Either way, he's really dominated this match. It feels like we've not seen much of Mitchell Mann.
Yes, and as I was mentioning at the start of the contest,
86.
the Q-arm of Julien Leclerc, because of the quality table time he's had, is well and truly lubricated,
87.
which isn't a good thing for Daniel Womersley, his next opponent. The break goes to 94, so to eclipse Chris Wakelin's 136, he has to pot the last 2 reds with 2 blacks, then all the colours. The black to become the 56th player in this tournament to make at least 1 century.
Well, we're going to find out on this shot whether he's aware of the 136 or not. Either way, terrific performance. Seems he is. He's taking the black.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he clears up here, Chris Wakelin could feel aggrieved on 2 counts.
110.
It's just more evidence, and this is the great thing about the Championship League, because we get to see these guys, more evidence of the talent on the tour. We don't always see these players in the main events, even when they qualify, because the star names, of course, monopolise the show tables. But we're seeing here just how good he is now. Then if he's going to make this break, he's got to cut this brown in and continue.
That was a shame. It really was a good effort and a very good performance breaks of 56, 58, and to cap it all off, 115, Julien Leclerc defeats Mitchell Mann 3-0. And what's more, he can sit there in the chair because in 5 minutes' time, he's back on.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to Leicester. BetVictor Championship League continues, and the top two seeds on Table 1, both successful, Chris Wakelin and Julien Leclerc, because they play the last match later, and already, just 2 matches in, that is looking like it's going to be the group decider. Wakelin 3-1, Leclerc 3-0, so Leclerc on frame difference top for now, and he, of course, stays on to play Daniel Womersley, so if Julien Leclerc can win this match, he's in great shape, and if he can win it 3-0, he's looking particularly good. Joe O'Connor beat Andrew Paget 3-1 on Table 2. It's 2-0 to Zach Surety against Liam Pullen.
Right. The first frame. Daniel Womersley to break.
So Daniel Womersley took a frame off Chris Wakelin, and now he's taking on Julien Leclerc, who looked really good there. Breaks a 56, 58, 115. He did benefit from a couple of misses from Mitchell Mann, but overall, he looked really sharp. Jordan Brown is back. How are you enjoying the broadcasting world, Jordan?
Thanks, Dave. Absolutely loving it so far. Yeah, thrilled to be alongside you guys in the commentary box today and enjoying the action. Hope you guys are at home as well. And yeah, Julien got off to a great start there in his first match. Absolutely romped home. Looked really good, and as Dave says, if he can follow it up with another victory here, he's well on course to come out on top today. But obviously, I'm sure certain other players will have something to say about that.
Yeah, I think the danger with this format is you can start to think too much about the other results and what I need to do and do I need to make a break. If you just win all your matches, then you're going to win the group, aren't you?
Yeah, obviously speaks for itself, but all you're in control of is what you do out there. And I think all this stuff about, worrying about all the results and things like that, it really takes away from what you're doing on the table. I think the results will take care of themselves. I think Julien knows. I think if he wins this match, he not home and hosed yet, but it's his to lose, so to speak. Yeah, it was a tough one. I thought if anything he would have overcut it. Cardinal Sin, really. And first chance goes to Dan. Obviously, they want to make amends for that match earlier on. I think I mentioned in commentary earlier, I think that first match got away from him against the top seed in the group, Chris Wakelin. And you want to make amends for that poor start earlier.
Yeah, and he has now, of course, had a match on this table, so he sort of knows how it's playing and has got used to conditions. Got to be said, Leclerc, he didn't miss much in the first match. And what he did miss, he wasn't punished for. Zach Surety looks like he's over the line against Liam Pullen. 2-0, 64 in front, 51 on, so Pullen's having a go for snookers, but it's looking very much like 3-0 there.
No.
Yeah, you can see the table there. It's not looking too bright for young Liam. He had a good chance in the second frame. Played a bad safety. Zach Surety made a clearance.
Yeah, Zach's really improved over the last season or so, hasn't he, Dave? Ever since that run in China, and obviously qualifying for the Crucible, followed up with that incredible turnaround for someone who, I think he spoke openly about being low in confidence and had his struggles, and amazing how he's turned things around, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's one to watch this season, actually. I think he's only going to go up and up. Well, Womersley sort of took the saver red, as it were, the one over the pocket there. we'll let you know if anything changes, but that looks like 3-0 surety, and he stays on to play Andrew Paget. Womersley's been out in China playing Chinese pool.
20.
Not long been back. Because he's not on the tour. He tried to get on through the Q School, lost the penultimate round of event 1, 4-3 to Ryan Davies. It was a close match.
Yeah, I know he got couple of last minute call-ups, didn't he, Dave, for China, a couple of tournaments. I know I was due to play the winner of his match in one of them, and I think it's purely because he had a Chinese visa. He's one of the few top-ups that actually have one at such short notice, and because he's, like you say, he's been playing a lot of 8-ball pool. And yeah, it's no bad thing, you know, going out there, different surroundings, and picking up a few quid here and there. And yeah, he's obviously very capable. Just needs to get off to a good start here. Obviously, he'll be aware of how well Julian played in his first match. And
go on, you get yours out first. Yeah.
Just getting the little stuff out here.
Just to confirm, Surety has won that match 3-0, so he'll play Andrew Paget next.
Thank you.
You're someone, Jordan, you're interested in the sort of stats side of snooker. Not all players are. I'd say most probably aren't, but where does that come from, do you think?
I've just always been a fan of the game, Dave. Just, you know, a lot of my friends give me stick about it, call me an encyclopedia, and there's a few dark stats that I know as well, and I don't know, I just always pick up on stuff, and you know, I'm always good at remembering results. I know well, majority of these guys on tour, and spend a lot of time with them and know how they're doing as well, and just can't help it. I mean, in my spare time, obviously I play a lot of snooker as it is, but you know, whenever I'm home early, which in these days is a lot the case for a lot of time, but you know, I'm never far away from it. I'm always watching.
And we were speculating yesterday, did you get a Crucible Almanac in the end, Chris Downer's Crucible Almanac? Because they're not easy to get.
Yeah, I was one of the privileged ones, Dave. I was very fortunate, and I still have it, and secured, locked away in the cupboard.
Yeah, I mean, I realise most listeners will never have seen it, but it's the most extraordinary document for a single sporting event you'll ever see.
Yeah, pretty much has every single stat known to man for the Crucible. It's yeah, and I'm very privileged to be a part of it, and hopefully it won't be long until I'm back there again. Obviously, before the contract's up, and we would all love it to stay there, but obviously you have to leave that in the hands of councils and the association. Hopefully they'll come to the right decision in the end and benefits the sport as a whole.
Apparently we're going to find out by the end of the year if the World Championship will stay at the Crucible, so watch this space.
He's a big lad, Julian, isn't he? I said earlier, makes me look short. I don't think he has much else to go for, only a long pot. Maybe he's just rolling up. No. Yeah, he had an easy safety shot there, so I think he's pretty much forced into trying to pot and then contain the safety. this red in the middle. You feel like he needs to get it. He'd be leaving reds on for Julian, and we'll know what form he's in. Yeah, it's a great pop. Perfect on the black. Brings the black onto its own spot, and ideal for scoring opportunity where the reds are sitting. I feel like he has to take this chance.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his first match, but if he won his next two, he'd be on 6 points. He could still win the group. It always helps if there are draws along the way in the other matches. You don't want to be sort of trying to rely on other scores, but it can work out in the end that, you know, you get over a bad start. Hayden Pinner the other day won the group with 4 points, the Barry Hawkins group, because there were so many draws.
No.
Yeah, I think that goes to show how mad this format can be. Hayden qualifying 4 points is almost unheard of. But still done well, fair play to him. You say all you're control of is, you know, how you perform, and the results will take care of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could win a group with 3 points if every match was drawn, and then it would come down to the high break. But obviously, that's I think it has happened once. Dave Gilbert had to make a 130 odd, didn't he? Last year, and did.
60.
Yeah, being the anorak that I am, I actually think I remember watching that, Dave.
You were involved in something similar, weren't you, in your group?
Yeah, this time last year I was playing Jack Jones, and the final game I needed to either win, or if it was a draw, I needed to beat his high break of 88, and unfortunately fell one short and made a break of 87, and Mr. Red in the corner, tricky red in the corner. But yeah, just mad. I think Jack was laughing in his chair, you know, just thinking, well, I'm gonna be pipped at the post, but wasn't to be in that occasion. But I made him swap for it anyway.
It's a unique innovation in this event, and we have seen it decide things. Anyway, Daniel Womersley just wants to put together a frame winning break here. Already 45 in front.
25.
Two reds, two blacks, 67 in front with 67 on, so it looks like he's going to have to disturb the reds at some point here to win the frame. Well, first of all, they had to pot that.
Daniel Womersley. 30.
Yeah, it's an opportunity gone big in there. Really should be potting that 99 times out of 100, but yeah, it's no more frustrating as a single pair whenever you have the clear-cut opportunity and you miss it, and then you're having to sweat for a frame. You know, even if you do get back to the table, you know, it is annoying, but you know, he's still firmly in the lead. He's still got the ascendancy and well in control. Another chance here for Dan. This, he may get the gap in between pink and red. Going for blue or bug colour. too thick. I think Julian's got a chance of this red in the right middle. Must be tight. He's got away with that. It's very fortunate. Looks very close, doesn't it, Dave?
Yeah, it's just fractions. It looks like he feels he can pot it. Oh.
Don't think there's any damage done, though. Don't think he can get through to this red. Even if he can, it's just... It's a slight swerve. No real value in it because he's risking the white falling in after it. So, not much he can do here, really. Where his tip is now, I think that's ideal if he can screw that red into the other red over the green bag and leave the white behind the black. Should leave everything pretty safe.
Well, it's a good lead 51, but you look where the balls are. Everything is possible if Leclerc was to get a chance, so the score then doesn't really mean that much. So it's not like there's reds on cushions or colours on cushions. It feels quite a big frame already, actually. Well, he completely committed himself, but that surely is going to cost him this frame.
Yeah, you say that, Dave, but these reds look a bit trickier than they do on TV, but should get it. Yeah, he was fine. Thought it was a bit more of a good angle on that. So he really should kill the frame off here. If he just can drop the blue in, he should be on the red over the green bag and just concentrate in the pot. Yeah, he's played that well. Still one more good pot here and that should be the frame, you would feel. Yeah, good solid strike. That should be that. Stop Julian in his tracks. He's obviously got off to a good start in this grip. And yeah, Dan will be very satisfied with this effort.
Yes, and the players who are off the order of merit, the Q School top-ups, you know, they're all different. Daniel Womersley is not, you know, some newcomer. As you say, he's played in a lot of ranking tournaments. He's played a lot of established players. He's 33 years of age. He's got experience. So, okay, he's lost his first match, but can still get something out of this group. Remember, there's prize money for the first 3 places, but not the 4th.
22. 23.
Zach Surety, who beat Liam Pullen 3-0, has already won the first frame against Andrew Paget. So Zach looking really good. Joe O'Connor, of course, the top seed there, beat Paget 3-1 earlier. And he'll play Surety in the last match later.
29.
I just feel like someone like Dan, you know, try and keep at the table as much as possible here. Try and get an extra fill for conditions. Dave said, he has been in a few of the pro tournaments by now. He is accustomed, but not that often, so it'll do no harm to try and remain at the table as much as possible here and try and pot a few.
$37. $38. $40. $41.
Yeah, everyone's different in this scenario. Some players, I mean, Stephen Hendry in his pomp would be absolutely determined to pot every ball. It's like a dagger through the heart, every ball that goes in, whereas, you know, a Judd Trump might start playing exhibition shots. Jimmy White would do that to entertain people.
47.
Always feel like it's a real satisfaction just clearing the table. You know, it's an accomplishment, even though you've done it thousands of times in practice. You know, even doing it in that match arena.
50.
Always a good boost for the confidence. Knowing your game's in good shape, you know, take it into the next frame. Don't want to clear these here.
$54.
Yeah, and who's to say, you know, if high breaks come into it, that are sort of 70 odd, you know, might make the difference between places later in the group. We just don't know. What we do know is he's completely dominated this opening frame. Leclerc took on that red, didn't he? It was all or nothing. I think he knew in missing it, he probably lost the frame, and that's what's happened.
Daniel Womersley, 59.
Pink stays out, so a fine 59, and Daniel Womersley wins the opening frame.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So Daniel Womersley leads Julian Leclerc 1-0. If you're just joining us, Womersley was beaten by the top seed, Chris Wakelin 3-1. Leclerc then beat Mitchell Mann 3-0.
Julian Leclerc.
But obviously, if Womersley could win this match, it just tightens the group considerably. Table 2, Joe O'Connor beat Andrew Paget 3-1. Zach Surety beat Liam Pullen 3-0. Surety's 1-0 on Paget right now. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that table live. And, well, a week today will be the last day of this tournament. We'll have the last stage, and, of course, the 2 group winners will play in a best-of-5 final in the evening to decide our champion.
And what an opportunity it is to the field remaining, especially with, like I touched on earlier, a lot of top seeds falling early and real big opportunity. A lot of these guys maybe haven't got a title under their belt, so yeah, massive. Someone's got to win it, Dave.
Absolutely. And why shouldn't it be, you know, one of the players from lower down the rankings? There are some established names, some tournament winners through, but it'd be fascinating, I think, because so far there's only one top 16 player qualified, Zhang Anda, because they weren't all in it. Chris Wakelin can get through tonight, but not through yet.
Yeah, what a plant that was. Yeah, it was obviously intended because I don't think the red was going past that red, so great amount of accuracy there. And not the easiest to get this safe. Obviously, they got a bunch of reds, but there's loose reds around, and has to find a spot where Julian can't get at one, so gotta be careful here, Dan. He's caught that, but I think he's left this red. It's always a danger. It's this red surrounding. Got to be so careful. He's got the perfect angle here to split them if he wants. Almost feel like the earliest opportunity to get them open. Don't think he's doing that. Time for this one. Surprised at that. Thought that was a good chance there, especially the way the pack was sitting. Wasn't completely flat. He had a couple of reds there.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as the sort of player who usually holds back either.
Yeah. Every player goes about their breaks differently, so he's asked himself.
60.
Bit trickier than it should have been, but still fancy him to pot this red. A few reds in the open. Well, that's on the break, I'm afraid. That hasn't went according to plan. I think he was trying to just maybe pinch a part of the pocket there so he can avoid that corner bag, but I'd be very surprised if he even takes this on. I think it's just a snooker, yeah. Yeah, always very tricky, those. that could easily happen, especially if there's like a slight roll off or slight drift. It's very easy to do that. Very difficult shot.
Made a difference, so it allowed Walmsley to see the Reds and play a decent safety himself. It's an interesting match, this. Leclerc isn't quite firing as he did in his previous one. Good return, though.
Yeah, that's maybe a side of the game that Julian's maybe not renowned for, but that was a classy safety. That. I don't think there's as much danger coming off cushion for this pack than the previous one he attempted. Yeah, no damage done. Much too thick with the safety, but I think he's got away with it. Covered the red with the blue into the corner. And very awkward queuing if he wants to go down the side, but he's got an alternative red screwing between red and black. That hasn't went well. Not a great chance here for Dan. You feel like he's got the score here to really punish Julian for that mistake. It's, you know, contrast to his first match, you know, he's just not really followed up from that thus far. Looks unsettled.
Yeah, it's a concern, really. Having played so well in that match, you know, looking to press on. We were saying he'd love to stay on and just carry on, but he kind of hasn't. Obviously, though's got to read the signs here and try and take control, and take advantage. Myself and Phil Jordan, we've been talking about the possibility of the World Cup coming back, because there's a lot of international players, and of course Belgium would have a really strong team, and because you played in it for Northern Ireland, would you like to see that come back yourself, Mark? Maybe Robbie McGuigan as well?
Yeah, I'll be a massive fan of it coming back. Obviously, being a bit biased, because obviously there's only 3 pros. Well, sorry, well there's now 4 pros. We've got Fergal Quinn now, but yeah, me, Mark, and Robbie, that would be a great team. You know, practice together every day and learn so much of each other and rubbing shoulders and that. So yeah, it'd be great for it to come back, and you know, there'll be lots of good teams, Dave. I think, you know, you think you were touching on it. Like, you got Belgium, obviously you got Leclerc, Luca, and Ben Mertens, and so many other teams that will have like some strength and depth, and will make for a really good tournament. I think obviously you had it way back in 1996, didn't you? With I think that was a massive success. I'm just so surprised that, you know, that hasn't been back for so many years, but hopefully Snooker will pick up on that, and hopefully it'll be back very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to sit here and, and sort of say a tournament should come back, but if you're trying to showcase the global success of snooker, what better way than to have an international event? full of different countries. Let's hope it happens. But anyway, Daniel Womersley got more important things to think about. This frame, of course, if he wins it, he'd be guaranteed a point from the match with a chance to take all 3. Oh dear. Misses the black though.
Daniel Womersley. 14.
No, it wasn't a good strike at all. You can see here a little bit of movement there. And yeah, you just got to feel like he has to take those opportunities. You know, he's just seen his opponent mess up a couple of times, butchering a couple of reds, and yeah, you have to punish those mistakes, I'm afraid. And this is a great opportunity here to get back into this match, and we'll see. Follow up from his victory earlier. Oh dear. He's been very, very fortunate there. Wow. Of all the places, his hand's there. It's left it as awkward as it can be for the next red. I mean, that black wasn't that difficult really, in my opinion. These pockets are playing a little generously, and well, the star tables that we use on tour, and they're obviously different for matchroom events, but yeah, you fancy him to get that, and that thing's horrible here for Dan. Got himself very fortunate there.
Foul. Julian Leclerc 4.
Well, it's a little passage of play neither player will look back on fondly. I'll tell you who's not struggling, Zach Surety. He's 2-0 up now against Andrew Paget, so played 5-1-5 Surety today. But this match just gone off the boil. Let's see if Leclerc can knock this in. As we go to Zach, he's missed one, but Leclerc knocks that red in. Black tied up, pink not great either, so still a bit of work to do here. But yeah, Zach Surety, I mean, of course, he very nearly got to the World Open final. John Higgins made that recovery against him. Then, of course, he qualified for the Crucible, struggled early on against Ding, then just started knocking in centuries for fun. When he plays his best, he's unbelievable, actually. And if he can start to do that consistently this season, he's going to climb the rankings, I think, quite considerably.
Yeah, I didn't really want you mentioning that World Open, Dave. He beat me in the first round of it. He was brilliant in that match, and I feel like I played really well. It was 5-4, but I think he made something crazy like 3 tons in the game, and just has massively improved. And obviously followed up with qualifying for the World Championships, and yeah, I was a bit gutted to see him miss that chance in the last frame against John, you know, and reach a major final, you know, but all the same, what a run he had.
Julian Leclerc 4.
Well, Leclerc potted a good green, but was left with a not an easy red, which he's missed. So this is a very stop-start frame. But the baton passes once again to Womersley. 13 points in it.
One.
Have you set any goals for the season, Jordan?
Yeah, well, not to do what I did last season. Last season was a bit of a disaster, to be honest. Hopefully not replicate that, but yeah, I'm doing all right things on and off the table. I'm starting work with Fergal O'Brien now, and he's certainly got me going in the right direction again. I can already feel things turning around. Also, yesterday aside, you know, I was obviously disappointed, but you know, just draw a line under it and move on. There's loads of tournaments coming up, and looking for the rest of the season. Yeah, answer your question. Yeah, just to get into the thick end of tournaments again, and obviously everybody wants to win tournaments, that's a given, but I mean, realistically, just to try and climb my way back up the rankings and, you know, maybe try and get back into the 32 and, you know, just try and win as many matches as I can. And obviously it's so tough nowadays, you know, with the competition around, but, you know, firmly believe that I can make my way back up there and hopefully be a threat to these guys again.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Any player, one good week can just transform everything, can't it? If you can just have one good tournament, then doors open to get into other tournaments and suddenly you're going in the right direction again. Womersley still at the table here. A couple of awkward reds to deal with, though, after the earlier misses. So this is not straightforward. No, it's not now. After that shot. Just one of those frames, really. You get these, of course, but in this format, they all count the same. This could be a very significant frame for the group overall.
Green ball.
Yeah, just a classic tour frame. It's just a dogfight. Anything possible just to win the frame. You're going to get lots of frames like this. You know, it's obviously not the most attractive to watch, but I mean, you know, not much you can do when the balls are sitting like this. You just got to try and be patient and try and outwit your opponent and try and get the first chance. As I see Julian there, made a mess that one, but I think he may have got away with it. But like I say, it's just anything just to try and get that frame. There's no pictures on the scorecard, so just any means possible, just to, especially in this type of format, you know, short format. You know, every frame is vital. Could be vital, could prove vital at the end of the day.
Well, there's a bit of mileage in it, you suspect, where the balls are. Certainly worth taking that on. It was the only red he could leave, and even if he missed it, the clearance was unlikely. So points level.
Five. Daniel Womersley 5.
Yeah, that could have been so much better. Just hit it a little bit too hard. Obviously wanted to get behind the green, but it's going to be very hard to see Julian win the frame at this visit. You know, yeah, the scrap goes on.
It takes all sorts, doesn't it? And as I say, in this format, it doesn't really matter what standard it is.
Foul, miss.
Well, I don't think it's a free ball, but it wasn't far off.
Julian on the cliff. Yeah.
Yeah, he's clearly just trying to come off the cushion and glance the red and bring the white back up to roughly where it was. And it's not the hardest shot, but you know, it can easily go wrong. Obviously, if you catch it thick, it's a disaster. You know, bringing reds out and even a chance, but expect them to get a lot closer this time. Yeah, well done. Very well played.
That's the other thing about a sort of low standard frame. It can be a very exciting conclusion. I mean, these days everything's live, but you know, go back 30, 40 years, this is what TV snooker was. You'd pick it up at about this point, you had no idea what happened beforehand. You'd think, this is a great frame. Well, it is now. Just wasn't in the previous 20 minutes.
He's got that much too thin. There's that half chance here for Julian, but again, red going safe. It's going to be very hard to pulse this. He's going to win the frame, and saying that, he's left himself the perfect angle on this blue. He can bring both black and red out here. Obviously, priority's the red. But he's got the perfect angle. He may have to force it slightly, but it's a big target here. More angle than I thought. Yeah, playing it that way was always going to be very tough. Not too sure if he can just rest up behind the black. Yeah, it's be a chip off the red and leave the red where the black is. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Priority's leaving the red safe. There's a few more colours in the open now, so it's very much a green ball frame here. That's a good shot. And he very clever way he played that. Obviously had blue and black as a blocker for large area of that corner of the table. And yeah, it's gonna run. Yeah, it's the result that.
Breaking news, Zach Surety's lost a frame. Or rather, Andrew Paget's won one. It's 2-1 to Surety. So, he can still, of course, get the 3 points there, but he has lost a frame. Plenty of cover here, isn't there? Plenty of balls to get in the way. There's that old phrase, there's always a gap.
Cheers, stuff, thank you.
Yeah. How unlucky is that if he's left a gap? I think they're both having a wee laugh about it. Amazing. Didn't take advantage of it though. Yeah, very fortunate there again. Just left Julian snookered. It's not just hitting it, it's getting it safe, as the great JV would say. Wow, things that can happen, Dave, huh? On a 12/6.
These frames, they seem to just... Things like this do happen in these frames. It feels like a decider. It's not, of course, but... all these bits of ball run and bits of fortune make a massive difference. Like you said earlier, though, the green is still a key ball anyway.
Yeah, it's a sort of ideal table at the minute for snooker. There's plenty of snooker and balls. Obviously, you've got green and black. Sorry, blue and black. Yellow and brown. There's big cover balls. It's not the easiest to access a pass to get to the shred. Yeah, he's done well there. There was just enough room back of the green to hit the red, so yeah, good shot. Oh, this is a nasty one. It's going to require a big swerve or... Wow, this is a big swerve here.
Foul. Miss. Julian Leclerc 7.
That hasn't gone well. Julian, if he wants, he may have a chance to dislodge the green from this. If he does, it'd be very hard for him. Hard to see him not being on a colour, but interesting to see what he does.
What?
Yeah, he's played a conservative way, so I think he's got an angle just to bounce it off the cushion, leave a nice angle in the yellow to bring the green out. If he's not straight here, he's got a great chance to leave himself a nice angle. Yeah, it turned out he was straight, so there wasn't much he could do. So just requires yellow and green here, so he's already looking at where he wants to place the cue ball to leave a double in the green.
So
He's actually went too far for the double, so it'll only be a safety from here.
Yes, and although he only needs the green, everything else is potable, so it's anyone's frame still.
Julian Leclerc. So.
Been quite a frame as well, hasn't it? A lot has happened to get to this point. But of course, if Womersley were to win it, then the best Leclerc could do would be a single point. Well, it's a chance at frame ball. It's slightly awkward. But in it goes. So, a frame I don't think either will look back on too fondly, but Leclerc ultimately, obviously, by far the happier because it looks like he's going to win it. Just make sure of the brown.
7.
Very different frame to the ones he was winning against Mitchell Mann earlier, but he has won it, and he still has the chance now to take the 3 points, of course, from this match.
12.
He scrapped his way through it, and Julian Leclerc levels up with Daniel Womersley at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, I'm not surprised the two players have left the arena after that frame. It was a long one. But anyway, Julian Leclerc, as I say, just happy to win it, and he can still get to 6 points at the end of this session. But Zach Surety, so far, really put in the performance of the day. Table 2, he beat Liam Pullen 3-0, 2-1 up on Andrew Paget, and looking good here to wrap up a 3-1 win. That would, of course, put him on 6 points. Joe O'Connor's only played one match. He did win it, 3-1 over Paget, but he's boiling up to O'Connor Surety later to decide things, it would seem. Joe O'Connor's got to play Liam Pullen before that, but that is already a tasty one. Joe O'Connor, of course, much improved himself in recent years. He was runner-up in the World Open, wasn't he? He could have played Zach Surety actually in that final, but for John Higgins. But they're going to clash later, and it's going to be meaningful.
'53.
Yeah, Zach's absolutely flying at the minute, isn't he? One of the quickest improvers. Certainly in the last 6 months or so.
Sorry, Jordan, he's a bit of a character as well, isn't he? He's got something about him, I think. He's very sort of humorous, and it'd be really good to see him become a top player.
Yeah, you're always interested to see his Instagram or Facebook posts, aren't you? You don't know what quite to expect, but yeah, he's a fairly decent snooker player now, and he's well established himself around the top 64 of the rankings, and he's only gonna grow stronger. And he's really got a really good team behind him as well.
Well, if he's on this red, that's a great shot, because there wasn't much margin for error to get on it, and it's match ball. Pinpoint position. He's playing some terrific stuff, Zach Surety, so a great session for him, and well, it's going to be a terrific contest with Joe O'Connor, I think, later to decide things. So that's finished table 2. They can have their meal here, and
67.
we will continue on table 1. Here we go, 1 each. Oh, and this isn't the best break off.
75.
Got away with it, I think, but yeah, it's one of those long frames, isn't it, that you've lost. It's all very well winning it. You can just get on with the next one, but if you lose a long frame like that, you've got to then pick yourself up immediately.
'83. '85.
Yeah, maybe he's just still feeling a bit of a hangover from that frame.
Yeah, a frame like a previous one, it can really disrupt the flow of play, can it? It's, could really set you off your rhythm. Good pot there from Julian. Not absolutely perfect on the black. He's still got a bit of work to do to try and get on the next red. This red's hindering him. I think he definitely needs to play some sort of screw or stun to... Yeah. Yeah, that sort of situation, you're always trusting a bit of luck. He hasn't got it on this occasion, so...
8.
Looks like it's just a safety shot. Yeah, it was never going to be easy in that position.
Julian look like 8.
Yeah, this is where the frame can get a bit messy. Start putting reds up in the bulk end. That's a frame that nobody likes. And Julian has a half chance of this red in the middle. Very risky. Well, if he gets it, ball's waiting there for him. Yeah, it doesn't fancy it. Yeah, like I say, it's not ideal. This sort of frame looks like we're going to start getting reds up in the bulk end, and doesn't allow for great scoring opportunities. Obviously, playing low value colours all the time. Dan could put a stop to it if he gets this red in. No. So, another chance going begging. A few reds in the open.
One.
Yeah, great chance to score a few here.
Yes, and regardless of the last frame, which of course he did win, in general he's played well today. He had a century in his first match against Mitchell Mann, a couple of 50s as well, so he'd be feeling pretty good, I think, overall. It's been good to see, hasn't it, some of the young European players coming through. Already Artemis Sissons has qualified for the next phase. We mentioned Ben Mertens as well, another Belgian. Well, they're getting younger, aren't they? There's a 14-year-old Michael Shubacek from Poland who's just joined the tour. So it shows Eurosport's influence, of course, but also it's just, again, it's a spread of different countries. Julian Boyko back on from Ukraine as well. Just points to a good future. It's not easy, of course, to keep your place, but you just get the feeling that as a group they're really moving forward, the European players.
Yeah, as we'll see that lovely shot there from Julian. Yeah, it's refreshing to see so many young talents coming through in Europe, you know, because you get so many coming from China. You know, it's like, you know, I think we've got a quarter of the tour now, Chinese, and starting to dominate things, has to be said, you know, especially, you know, Chao Tong being world champion, and, you know, that side of the world is only going to get stronger and stronger, but, you know, got so many young talent coming through from, obviously you've got Michael Zubarczyk, I think I've pronounced that right, Dave?
Yeah, he's the youngest ever professional, just 14. I mean, it's a massive step for him. His first match was against Sean Murphy. Well, welcome to school. He was schooled 5-0.
Yeah, obviously not the easiest first round match, has to be said, but you know, it can either make or break you, I suppose, you know, coming in at that age, and hopefully we'll be seeing much more of the young man.
33.
Well, the Clare's opened things up nicely here, so
34.
it's about now keeping things as simple as possible, trying to get this frame one. And then he still has the chance, of course, to get another 3 points out of what is turning into a really good session for him. Yeah, Belgium does have more of a history of cue sports than some of those other countries we've mentioned. Carom billiards, very popular there. That's not a game of potting, there are no pockets. But it's a game of extraordinary skill. All about making cannons.
I think it's even more impressive that, you know, even like Poland, you know, didn't really have much heritage. I think it's fair to say. You know, obviously years ago in Belgium you had, you know, term pros. I think off the top of my head, you know, Bjorn Haneveer, Patrick Delsem, and just to name a few. And, you know, Poland in recent times, you know, got 3 pros in the space of a couple of years, so massively impressive.
Now then, just found a little difficulty here. Attempting to keep this break going. He's played it really well. Yeah, nicely done. So, barring disasters, you feel it'll be his frame now. It just proves, doesn't it? You know, no 2 frames are the same. The last one was a right old scrap, let's be honest. Not one for the highlights reel, but this has been, so far anyway, much cleaner.
54.
Yeah, definitely. It's so easy, you know, to frame like the last one. You know, that can carry on through the match, but it's pleasing that normal services resume, so to speak. Well, certainly for Julian, you know, he'll be happy with the way things are going now, but he'll be happy with the way he's performing this frame. He's took complete control, and obviously apart from Daniel having that half chance in red in the middle, just all been one-way traffic in this frame.
Well, this red to make sure.
63.
And there's a chance for him to make what would be a second century of the day.
69. 70.
All sports are reliant on new talent coming through, and you know, you look at, I mean, dance as an example. Phil Taylor dominated that sport for basically 3 decades. And people said, you know, when he goes, they'll be in trouble. All of a sudden, Luke Littler turns up, and you know, seems like the biggest star ever. Tennis, men's tennis, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic will never be the same after them. Well, we saw that wonderful
78.
French Open and Wimbledon final between Sinner and Alcaraz. Sports move on, don't they? They find new stars, and who's to say the future stars of the snooker circuit won't be from outside the UK rather than sort of the traditional heartlands.
Yeah, that's good here, don't they? Just show him what he can do. Big man's a handful for any player when he's on this kind of mood.
83.
You pull anything. I can vouch for it. I've been on the receiving end a couple of times myself. He's a phenomenal potter.
Well, they stay potted, don't they, when he's not them in. Well, let's see what he's got for us on this red. He's won the frame, of course, but he'd love another century. Not to be, but 85. Womersley took that tough red onto middle, didn't get it. Julian Leclerc stepped in. It's killed the frame off pretty clinically to lead 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-1 to Julian Leclerc. 85 won that frame decisively. You could see he was a bit disappointed that he didn't make the century, but I mean, it was a tough red. Just fanning himself down there with that little plastic fan. Not quite as warm this week as it was last week, but it is still after all the summer. How hard or how easy is it, Jordan, to stop practicing again for the new season? Everyone wants a break, don't they? But at some point, you've got to get the cue out again.
Yeah, I think it's very important. You know, just I know I for one have a few weeks off in the summer, play a bit of golf, just take anything to take your mind off. You know, family time and you know, just anything to take your mind off snooker really. And you know, it does no harm. But yeah, it is hard. It takes you, obviously, if you have a few weeks off, it takes you a while to sort of get back into swing of things, especially if the weather's good outside and you're trying to get acclimatized in indoor environment. You know, it's not ideal, but you know, you soon get back in the swing of things and sort of your mind's refreshed and you're looking forward to getting back out there. And I, for one, always, you know, after a long break, I'm, you know, can't wait to get back, you know.
Yeah, I think probably the longer you leave it, you know, the less inclined you are to actually play again. You've got to just commit yourself, haven't you? Anyway, of course, the season began before this Championship League with qualifiers for the Wuhan and British Opens. Oh no! Oh well, I was going to say oh no, because if that had gone in, that red was on to right middle, and Leclerc could have been away again. So he's just avoided that.
Yeah, what a difference it made. If that goes in, it's such an easy red in the middle. It's an easy starter for Julian, as it turns out. Just have to. Let's see, he's actually done well there. Bit of side of two cushions and behind yellow and brown. Yeah, he's played this well. Good shot.
Well, Womersley, he's not going to win this group now, but he can certainly, you know, finish in the placings. But it starts with getting the draw from this. If he loses it, that's 2 defeats, and clearly he's struggling. So it's a big frame for him as well. Leclerc, meanwhile, trying to get to 6 points and put the pressure on Wakelin, of course, who has got a game in hand before they play later. Wakelin plays Mitchell man at 5. He plays Leclerc last up. It's man against Womersley in between.
I'm sure Chris, whatever he's doing now, he'll be watching with a little bit of anticipation, won't he? The result of this match, obviously, if Dan were to win it, it will make his task slightly easier. And obviously, he'll know the job at hand later on when he comes back. It's a handy flick off the yellow there. You just see Julian just come off the cushion here again, resting on this red. Yeah, he's left this red in the middle. Free shot, really. Yeah, nicely played. Yeah, there wasn't much he could do with the cue ball there, to be fair. It's not going to be straightforward to get on the next red from here, but it'd be very tricky if he was to jack a cue up or nothing here, trying to dislodge reds. I think there's one in between, like the two reds together in the pack, that goes in the corner. I think that was all he could do there, really. Just leave himself on this red.
6.
Just concentrate in the pot, automatic position on the blue. Or pink. Execute it nicely.
Just been a bit of a challenge for Womersley today, sort of turning these openings into substantial breaks. Well, that doesn't help. Catching the knuckle.
12.
That does help, though. Okay, it's probably end of break, but he can lay the snooker. And who knows, you know, this could lead to another opening.
Only one was a 13.
Yeah. He had the good grace to apologise. Is there any validity in these apologies, Jordan? They seem to be more than ever. Do players really mean it?
Yeah, I think it's just a sporting thing more than anything, Dave. I don't think your opponent feels any better about things putting your hand up, but it's just a sporting thing, really. Just, you know, obviously inwardly you're glad it's happened, but swings and roundabouts, I suppose. I see down there the other way, you know, tapping the table in appreciation of a good shot. It's always nice to see that.
Yes, it is that etiquette that snooker's always been associated with. Acknowledgement that ultimately it is a game, and you know things are going to happen. Bits of skill, bits of luck, it all combines.
That's worked out very nicely for Julian. Everything's very awkward here for Dan. There's no obvious path back to bulk. Certainly got a bit of thinking to do here. There's no obvious red to roll up to either to leave things safe. He's in a bit of a pickle here. Any wonder he's scratching his head.
Well, especially after the last frame where Leclerc just needed one chance to make the winning break.
It's a fantastic shot. Tapping the table from Julian. I think he realises how difficult that was. The best he could do there. Great shot from Daniel. Julian was sitting in the seat rubbing his hands a minute ago, but now he's got a bit of work to do to get this safe himself. And it's not the best shot. Okay, he's got a good weight, but he shouldn't even have left this red in the first place. Just fully commit to the pot. Automatic position. Didn't work out, but looks like there's no damage done. Yeah, went full-blooded for that, you know, and even with Julian's putting ability, he's usually relenting those sort of pots, but obviously that huge element of risk. He's left down a chance here to really shake things up in the script. If he can come out here, 2-hole draw. That's a great shot. Great shot. Yeah, like I say, if he can come out of this 2-all, give himself a glimmer of hope, and obviously affects things for the rest of the group.
Yes, he's been competitive, hasn't he, in both the matches he's played. It's just turning that into actually getting something out of them. He didn't in the first match, but as you say, this is his pretty golden opportunity, you would say, to get a point here. And then he's got one more match later, so he could still get to 4 points in the group.
Yeah, it's a little cliche on that. It's like Stephen Hendry said, you know, it's all about not missing the easy ones when you're in. And that's the difference these days, you know. Separates the, you know, the top boys, the top boys from some of the rest, because they just don't miss any easy ones. And like so Ronnie and Judd, Zintong now, you know, they just make every single shot so easy, so it's unmissable. You know, if Dan can take control here and come out of this with a draw, I think he'll be very happy with his work here.
Well, he's certainly not rushing. You know, he's taking care. He's trying to keep things as simple as possible. Chris Wakelin, I think, would be delighted to see 2-2 here. Just clip Julian Leclerc's wings, because, of course, Chris then has the chance, actually, to beat Mitchell Mann, and then he'd only need a draw against Leclerc to win the group. So that, you know, every frame really is important in this format. Leclerc was looking good at 2-1 the way he won that last frame with the 85 break, but yeah, he's a little concerned as he watches on from that very comfortable chair.
You never want to be too comfortable in those chairs, do you, dear? Dan's doing very well here. He's just giving himself that extra second or two just to make sure of things. Doesn't want to make any more mistakes. You know, he's made a few in this match, but he can just hold it out for a few more pots. Yeah, that's a handy wee flick there of the red. He's done well here.
37.
That's a massive overscrew.
45.
Caught it too well. And this is the thing, he's just making it harder than what it needed to be. I think he's had about 3 bites of the cherry now, and he'll be annoyed he hasn't put the frame away. It's okay. After the shred, he still needed one more. You know, there's better work to do to maneuver one of those reds that are close together, but he'll be annoyed that he hasn't killed that off.
45.
Yeah, so 58 in front, with still 75 available. Could yet be quite an exciting finish, actually, here, and a decisive one way or another for the group.
sure what just happened there. I think he was maybe trying to come off the cushion and glance the red and try and bring it right up the table. It was caught either way, much too thick, and obviously the bump in the middle didn't help matters, but looks like he's sort of half got away with it. Yeah. Well, this is a dangerous shot if he's playing this. Stick around behind the pink. Yeah, he's played that well. That could have easily went wrong, but played it well.
Foul and a miss. Julian Leclerc 4. Yes.
Always feel like if, you know, the balls are in the open like this, you know, that 54-point lead, it doesn't really count for much. You know, you've only got really, if you look at the table now, the brown's the only one that's relatively safe, and the red on the bottom cushion, but
yeah, okay.
you know, nowadays with the standard on tour, it's, you know, Julian gets a chance, you know, that 54-point lead's irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there was a match yesterday where Zach Richardson was playing and he had 4 colours on cushions. Was he playing you? I don't know. I can't remember who was playing there, but he was 50 odd in front. He had 4 colours on cushions. I mean, that's what you call closing the shop. But here, they're basically all out in the open. It was against you. I thought it was. Sorry to bring that up again. I think you won that frame though, didn't you? Oh no, sorry, no. You had the black, didn't you? You had that horrible black to the middle.
Yes.
You were clearing up. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Thanks for that, Dave.
Well, just in case you'd forgotten.
I've forgotten about it up until now, but anyway.
Well, I mean, you did great, actually. You did great to get down to the black.
Yeah. No, just always have to make a fight of things. Oh, superb pot there. Should really fit this friend to bed now. Julian will probably be wondering why, you know, he's coming at us 2-all, because, you know, he's had the ascendancy for most of it. But Dan's stuck in there. Fair play to him. And as I say that, wow.
Well, you can't get your breath.
He'll certainly take it, won't he?
Wow, that's incredible. So, style it out, just pop the red. He's playing the blue at pace, in and out of ball, misses it, flies in the opposite middle, lands nice on the red. Just pop the red, Daniel. Yeah, nicely done. So it's been a bit fraught at times, but I think Leclerc has got to take the positives. 4 points. He's in the mix later against Wakelin. We don't know what Chris Wakelin's going to do in his next match, of course. But it now looks like a straight shootout between the two of them, which is apt because they played in the shootout final here, of course, a couple of years ago. Chris Wakelin made that brilliant 119. Anyway, Womersley's shaking his head, but he's got his first point, and of course he's got another match to come as well later. Well, it's a couple of snookers, so Leclerc is going to have a look here, but it's looking like 2-2.
One.
Yeah, the frame's not quite done yet. Julian can conjure up red, black, and a couple of reds, a couple of blacks. Lay a snooker. It's not over by any means. The thing is, Dan should have had this frame won by now. You know, he'll be annoyed and sitting in his chair. Any wonder he was shaking his head previously. This should be over by now, and be having their half-time break, but Julian has other ideas. Like I say, if he can just pot this and back, he's relatively straightforward snooker.
It's been such a sort of crazy match at times, you know, you wouldn't be surprised if there was at least one twist, maybe a few more left.
Yeah, it's just prolonging the agony on it. It's just, yeah, Dan, looking at him in the background there, he just didn't look very pleased, to say the least. Oh, it's going another way. I'm surprised at that, really. Just takes the free ball out of the equation, but very surprised he didn't pull it in and play a snooker behind the black, but I always find whenever there's 6 colours left and you need 2 snookers, it's always going to be
32.
Very difficult to, you know, without the free ball equation.
Well, he looks like he's sort of working it out now, but it's a bit late. He's potted the last red. Maybe, I don't know, did he misread the score, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happened, Dave. Going by his body language, I think he's only just realised that there now. And, you know, always give yourself that extra second or two. Just look at the scoreboard and work out what's the best way to get back into this frame. I think he's just realised his mistake. Yeah, he's still he's very despondent there, but partly his own fault, really.
Well, it's certainly more difficult, of course, now, but still some sort of chance. 34 in it, 27 on.
I'm just wondering if he thought he had enough to win the frame. I wouldn't like to think so, like, but
34.
Yeah, well, either way, he's made his task a lot more difficult with only 5 colours now.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep potting all the balls, you're not going to get any snookers. It's simple as that. But look at this.
Oh, what a shot he's just played there. Maybe that was the plan all along, Dave. Who knows?
Well, it shouldn't be a free ball if he misses the green. Which he's done. So there's one of them. It's been that sort of match, isn't it? You know, it's just strange things have been happening.
Yeah, again, just all he had to do was just make sure he potted the red previously, and he wouldn't have suffered all this, Daniel. Very risky way to play that. You know, if you're going to play that shot, just make sure you get the green away from the corner. It's handed a lifeline here for Dan.
Yeah, surely if he knocks this in, then it's tea time. And in it goes. So it's been an interesting match one way or another. Leclerc's had a good session, though. It may be disappointing not to win this one, but 4 points. He's very much in the mix for later. Daniel Womersley looks like he's taken his first point.
Thank you. Daniel Womersley.
Well, Leclerc hasn't given this up yet. He's looking again at the scores, 31 in it. I mean, if he were to pot the brown at some point, 2 on the blue, but, you know, that's unlikely territory, you've got to say. Perfectly entitled, of course, to give it a go. But again, if Womersley can knock the brown in, then that really must be it. A match that refuses to end.
Yeah, I actually think if I were Julian, I would want to pot the brown and that would only be 2 snookers required. 3's going to be a tall order, even 2 on the blue is going to be a tall order as it is, but either way, Dan will be slightly more relieved than he was a couple of minutes ago.
Well, he's given him the chance to pop the brown, actually.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been playing that shot myself.
This could still go south for Womersley, because now 27 in it if he pots this, with, of course, 2 5-point snookers.
4.
Still a tall order, but you just never know. Good effort. Where's the blue, though? Could be in. Well, that surely ends that.
9.
He might need to lie down after this match.
Yeah, I'd pretty much concede here if I was playing. It's very tall order. I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's many frames for playing back on the table. 1 snooker, let alone 2. It's a very tall order here.
Yeah, it's once in a blue moon stuff, actually. Because the player in Womersley's position is always sort of pushing the pink over a pocket, preferably in a pocket. They obviously are not hungry, because food's served. Womersley, the problem is for Leclerc, Womersley's in control of this little exchange. He could be in a snooker himself here, but you know, it's just very unlikely that this is going to happen. Yeah. Well, it's a good hit.
If I were down, make matters worse for Chilean, they're trying to sludge the black from where it is. Make things even more difficult, yeah. Yeah, it's now an impossible task now.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't before, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought the last Mission Impossible film was the last, but Leclerc's trying to extend the franchise. It's not happening, Julian, I'm afraid. But anyway, Daniel Womersley, it's up to you to try and end it. It'll be in or over, won't it? It'll be one of those. Play it sort of slow to the pocket. It's in, and that is the end of that. It was an entertaining match. It wasn't always the highest quality, but it was played in a good spirit. It's been drawn 2-2. It's still a good session for Julian Leclerc, but Daniel Womersley does take his first point. So we have about an hour before we're back, and it's an interesting group. This, of course, Chris Wakelin, I think will be happy to see the draw there. He's second at the moment, but he's only played 1 match, and he'll be back up at 5 o'clock against Mitchell Mann. Julian Leclerc top for now. Wakelin v Leclerc the last match. And, of course, Womersley plays Mann as well before that. So we'll be back in about an hour's time for more. Do enjoy your tea break, and we will return later for more from the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And welcome back to day 15 of the BetVictor Championship League. This is the penultimate day of the first stage groups in this, the opening world ranking event of the season. We've arrived at the halfway stage of groups 5 and 16. Over on table 2, one of snooker's most improved players has looked extremely confident. That's Zach Surety, top of the table with a maximum 6 points from his 2 matches thus far. That said, Joe O'Connor and Liam Pullen could yet turn out to be the player who goes through to the last 32. And it's those who go head-to-head now as battle recommences. Just a reminder, you won't miss a ball being potted on table 2. Simply access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for table 1, well, that's housing a competitive group 5. Top seed Chris Wakelin constructed 136 total clearance during his 3-1 victory over Daniel Womersley and returns to the fray now up against Mitchell Mann. But with his impressive 3-0 win over Mann, then a 2-2 draw against Womersley, Belgium's Julien Leclerc sits atop the table, meaning the last match of the day looks set to be crucial. Firstly, though, Wakelin would love to go better against Mann, to leave himself requiring only a draw against Leclerc to go through. Okay, we are up to speed, so let the session start.
Best of 4, first frame. Chris Wakelin to break.
The referee announcing rather unusually best of 4, but we know what he means. And Chris Wakelin makes an absolute mess of the break. Joining me for this one is Jordan Brown. And Jordan, that was a terrible break off.
Hello again, Phil. Hello again, everyone. Yeah, that was a bit of a vortex of a break there from Chris. Disaster, really. And Mitchell didn't have to work hard at all for his first chance to get the Kieran going. Obviously, Mitchell on the back of a 3-0 defeat. Julien Leclerc will want to get going again here and try and put things right and give himself a chance in this grip.
We saw Mitchell Mann in the first frame against Leclerc missing a blue off its spot to the top right-hand pocket, one of the black pockets. And after that, really, it was a case of one-way traffic. Leclerc making breaks of 56, 58 and 115 to win very handily indeed. So Mann, at the very least, will be hoping for more
12.
Constructive table time in this contest.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, didn't really get much of a look in the first game. Julien just went off on one, and just Mitchell just couldn't get going at all. So yeah, he'll want to make the most of this opportunity. Obviously, he's up against a really tough opponent. You know, obviously the top seed in the group, and Chris, and he'll want to try and put things right.
Man 13.
Decent safety there from Mitchell. Chris has to be very careful here and wants to catch this pretty thin to avoid the red in the side cushion. Just needs to mind his work. Or the other way. Very aggressive safety, but Can always go wrong those shots, but he's played it well.
Well, these two have played twice, and Man has prevailed on both occasions. Both notable, actually. He beat Wakelin 5-4 in the first round of the German Masters in 2020, having trailed 4-1. Now that was a beauty. Their other meeting, that was in Group 5 of the Championship League in 2021. Man won 3-0, making a break of 132. So he has performed against Wakelin on 2 separate occasions. But after that raking red, it's Wakelin who's nicely in, I think you'd say, prime position here.
Yeah, what a glorious chance this is. Ball sitting perfect. There's no work really to do here. You know, it's just a case of a few simple positional shots, and could conjure up a few here. I'm saying that I could have played that positional shot a bit better. Still should be okay though. Would have liked to have been a little bit straighter, but shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, he could hold it. Yeah, I touched on it earlier. He's usually so reliable in amongst the balls now, Chris. He's in the back of a couple of great seasons. He's firmly standing his place in the top of the rankings. Top 16, that is. And
16.
He's only going from strength to strength, and so he's going to be very dangerous in this sort of position.
It's the kind of cue action, Jordan, that can repeat and repeat and repeat. All cue actions malfunction at one time or another, but I think Wakelin's is very dependable.
Yeah, very reliable. Sort of reminds you a bit like Mark Selby in a way. I know Chris would practice with Mark quite a lot, and it would remind you a bit of that. Just, you know, it's always the same amount of feathers, you know, same amount of strokes. Very little can go wrong, you know, delivers a cue straight, and, you know, if that's working for you, then, you know, you're going to be potting a lot of balls, so.
19.
Yeah, I think that's why I always think Chris is such a good long putter as well. He's very reliable. I know anytime I'm in the practice room, he's almost always practicing the shots at distance and making sure he's getting that side of his game right. And so important in this day and age to have a good long game, create opportunities.
.24. .25. .32. .33.
Yeah, I can't see anything else but a frame winning visit here. Ball sitting ideally. A couple of reds that are awkward, but the frame will be over before he requires them.
39. 40.
Now that's a shot he plays nicely. The one with running side to widen the angle to go
47.
on the other side of a red or two to leave it into the opposite top pocket. Tom Ford plays that shot nicely. Gary Wilson, another.
You make a case for a lot of players, Phil. The likes of Mark Allen and things and Wee spring to mind. The obvious ones, Ronnie, Trump. I think just that's the key to modern day break building. Just, you know, shots like that are just so important, you know, for tight cue ball control, and just takes away, you know, the risk factor and missing any balls, you know, just making it easy for yourself. That's the key to this game.
Yeah, when you apply that much side, obviously it changes the complexion of the pot itself, but they make it look so easy, as you say.
Yeah, there's shots that can't go wrong, obviously. You know, shot we're running side, obviously you have to, depend on what way your cue throws, you know, you have to aim differently in, you know, your direction which you're striking the object ball, but, you know, everybody on tour now, you know, they practice that sort of shot. It's basically routine now, and obviously you still have to adapt to the conditions out there as well. So it's yeah, it's not a problem for any of these guys. It's just you know, just keeping a tight rein on things. And, yeah, Chris is looking really good here, has to be said.
Yeah, this has always been,
68.
Throughout snooker history, the blueprint for success. Knocking a red from distance and dish. Can't do a lot about that. It sounds so simple. If you could do it on a regular basis, you'd be a millionaire.
Chris Wakelin, 75.
No second century of the day for Chris Wakelin. Has to settle for a break of 75, but the concession arrives, and now we've got to the point where Mitchell Mann has to win the next 3 frames or he will be eliminated from table-topping contention.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Chris Wakelin looking good in Group 5. Started out this morning, well, at noon, with a 3-1 win over Daniel Womersley. Now, bear in mind that Julien Leclerc has got 4 points from his 2 matches so far. If Wakelin can win this one, he will go into his last match, needing only a draw. against Leclerc. So it's important for Wakelin to keep the pressure on and to keep the foot on the pedal. And this is the kind of ball he's been knocking in with great regularity. Look at that.
1.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Phil, I'm in the practice room, and anytime he's in, he's always practicing that sort of shot. Just so reliable at it. And create another opportunity for himself. So, and again here, it's not going to help Mitchell's cause. Maybe fearing the worst already.
9.
The form Chris has been showing, so yeah, just this black hair, leave an angle on the red to disrupt the other reds. No, I don't think he'd be happy with that.
16.
Just ran it a little bit too far. But still okay.
17.
It's a key shot here, just go into them, screw into the pack. I always prefer screwing into this type of pack. Didn't quite catch the meat of the pack there.
24.
Yeah, it just went slightly wrong. And as a result, he's out of position. Unless he can pull out risky red, but looking like a safety shot here.
Yeah, when the flow is with you, why risk it? Just keep things nice and tight and wait. It's easy to be patient out there, Jordan, when things are going well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about keeping your opponent cold, and that's what's happening to Mitchell at the minute, and that's the psychological aspect of the game as well. You know, you can sense those things out there, and you'll know that he's got Mitchell right where he wants him, does Chris. And again, forced a mistake from Mitchell and left himself this red, and off he's running again.
He's trying, Chris Wakelin, to become the 11th player with a ranking title, at least one, to his credit, to make it to the last 32. Already through the likes of Leipei Fan, Zhang Gander, Stephen Maguire, Tepcharan Nu, Dave Gilbert, Ricky Walden, Stuart Bingham, Matt Selt, Tom Ford and Matthew Stevens.
6. Seven. 14.
Yeah, again, Chris is in a position here where he has very little to do. The cue ball, just so many reds in open play. No real cannons to play as yet. Going along very nicely here, and just looks so assured out there, looks very confident. And
22.
Really, he's just picking up from where he left off last season, obviously, aside from the slow start that he made in this previous match.
23.
He's looked good today, hasn't he, Phil?
He really has, and he's one of those players who, obviously this format leads to everything being a little unpredictable, but he's one of those players you could see going all the way.
30.
Yeah, and as we see that shot go slightly wrong there, you know, it wouldn't surprise you, honestly. It's, you know, I've touched on it a few times today. He's one of the biggest improvers on tour, without a shadow of a doubt. And certainly, if he was to go on to win this or any tournament, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise.
Judging the potting angle with white and red so close together can be troublesome, but not for Wakelin, not the way he's playing. And from here, it would be a major upset if 1-0 didn't become 2-0.
Yeah, we'll just see Mitchell in the background there in that previous instance there. It's so deflating, you know, whenever you see your opponent just potting all the balls, you know, you just feel so helpless in your chair. There's nothing worse. You just feel like you can't do anything. Yeah, but not much you can do, Chris, in this type of form. Yes, Mitchell's just made a couple of slight mistakes, but sometimes that's enough. Oh, well, just as I say that, I did not see that coming, Phil.
35.
Yeah, that was a bolt from the blue. So, 59 points the difference. 6 reds still on the table, so 75 there for Man.
Yeah.
The first frame of the session still going on the other table. I can tell you Joe O'Connor leading by 53 points with 3 reds left against Liam Pullen, so Pullen needs a snooker.
One.
Yeah, this is a chance out of nowhere, really. He hasn't done it ideal in the blue. He's on it very straight, so just little things like that, just not going right for Mitchell at the minute. He just needs to pot a few just to feel involved in the match. He's just been completely frozen out so far. Mitchell's not the tallest. He's got a bit of a stretch just to get at this one. You know, it's a tough shot to keep this break going, but if he can get it.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Which one in 5?
The worst.
Walking's 4.
He's owned up, and we're very grateful. And nowadays, you know, so many people, you know, I'd like to think every player would, you know, own up to a mistake like that. He's called a foul on himself, so we all like to see that.
Well, the foul shot now might not have any material effect. In fact, although he's given 4 away, Man is actually better off than he was originally. Because there's still enough on the table. Ample.
One.
There's a big shot coming up here, you feel. You know, he knows if he misses this, he's basically that on this match. I think his tournament's done. A big shot coming up. Yeah, I think it's just a result of just being totally frozen out. You know, Chris, he sees Chris, he's just on top of his game. Yeah, okay. The first ball Chris missed is, you know, that last visit he missed a routine pot, but you know, he knows his opponent's near enough the top of his game, and you know, it's real dent in his confidence. You know, anytime he comes to the table, you know, everything feels like it's twice as hard.
Yeah, the red that he knocked in to start this visit, Wakelin, that was frame ball.
6.
Blues in as well, this red will surely be. And so, I'm afraid Mitchell Mann, having lost all 5 frames he's played so far, cannot now top the table.
Chris Wakelin 7 in the frame. Chris Wakelin.
A couple of mistakes in there for Chris Wakelin, but they weren't punished, and as a result, he doubles his lead to 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
After a first frame blip to start the group, it's been Chris Wakelin showing us what he's capable of. Yes, earlier today, he lost the first frame against Daniel Womersley on the pink, but recovered to win 3-1, and now he's looking for a 3-0 win here to place himself in a position of great authority in Group 5, but of course, he would still need something from his last match against Julien Leclerc.
Chris, maybe end up a plant here, possible plant. Let's have a quick look at it. Not quite. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, has to be said. Let's have this right over the green bag. Yeah, pretty much sums up Mitchell's day, doesn't it? Nothing going right for him, Phil.
6 in billiards. A source of frustration in snooker. It seems as though Mitchell Mann is really down. It seems as though Chris Wakelin is really up. But it's amazing sometimes how things turn around, so it's important for Wakelin to keep the hammer down, as it were. I think, Jordan, the phrase would be avoid complacency.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. You know, you take your foot off the gas in this game, you know, comes back to bite you in the end, but Mitchell's played a poor one there. He's left this red in the middle for Chris. Yeah, good shot.
1.
seen that last shot of Mitchell's, just very little thought went into it. Just got down and hit it, almost. Yeah, it was a lot better shot than it looked. That was a great shot there.
I always say, Jordan, that the toughest way to go into the pack is top cushion first, and he's made such a cracking job at that.
Yeah, very much so. He was wasn't all that straightforward. He had to really force that off the cushion and with a little bit of top spin on the left hand side, just to make the angle, and couldn't have played it any better. And again, he's given himself a real chance here to really, you know, put this match to bed, and winning this last match will certainly take a lot of pressure off. You know, he's coming in with a bit of form, and B, he's obviously got six points.
15.
Now, that was a classic example of what we talk about a lot. You don't just need to pot the balls, you need to pot them centrally. He almost overcut that red because he was stretching, and that's why he lost the cue ball. Knock-on effect, it's been lost even more now.
22.
Yeah, Chris will be very disappointed that he hasn't made more from that visit. Obviously, he caught the thin side of the pocket, which made the white run where it did in the black, and you've basically lost all control of where the white goes. And as a result, that's where, you know, he left himself just a safety shot. So.
I think you're right, though, Jordan. I think he is picking up on the Mitchell man vibe of being very disconsolate. When you're out there, you can feel what your opponent is going through.
Oh, 100%. You know, touched on it earlier. You do sense these things out there. You know, that's a big psychological part of the game. In my opinion, you know, I think a good 85-90% of the game's all mental, and you can certainly sense that with Mitchell. He just looks, you know, he knows his tournament's done, and he's not really given total attention, you know, the care and attention that each shot deserves, you know, and but nothing to take away from Chris. He's been great so far. Really peddling the pressure on Mitchell.
Mann's big match now will be the one that's coming up next against Daniel Womersley. That's the third, fourth place playoff.
Yeah, just typical example there. Whenever things are going well for you, you know, that red could have finished anywhere else, and Mitchell would have been on this red over the corner, and the salt of the wind's hampered on the yellow, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway. But it's amazing the things that go for you whenever you're playing well, and the things that don't go well for you if you're struggling. But yeah, there's another example of, I think, Mitchell's temperament today. I think he's just lost all patience and just does not look anywhere near where he can play. You keep forgetting, you know, Mitchell's down very low in the rankings at the minute, but he's a lot better than what he showed today.
One.
So already 32 to the good. You get the feeling that Wakelin will be looking at this opportunity as the one to get him over the line.
Seven.
Yeah, can't see any more mistakes here, Phil.
15.
Based on the way he's played today, it's hard to see how he can go wrong. But you know, we have seen a few misses today. You know, anything can happen. But you know, I'd be a very, very worried man if I was a Mitchell man seat now.
Yeah, I think 22. Basically that last match between Wakelin and Leclerc comes down to this. Leclerc needs to replicate the form he showed against Mitchell Mann earlier, winning 3-0 with a couple of half-centuries and a century. Needs to replicate that form and then hope that Wakelin dips a little.
Yeah, we'll see if Chris does go on to win this match, which looks very possible now. And we're looking forward to that match between Chris and Julian later. It'll be, it'll be very attacking. You know, there won't be much safety played, I would feel. And
29.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who tops the script, but you know, at the minute, this man at the table looks firm favourite for me.
Yes, especially after that, because the cue ball wasn't ideal, but he used the pink
36
to hold it on this red. And a stun run through for what is frame and match ball.
37.
Not only was this victory comprehensive, it was also quick.
44.
Yeah, he hasn't wasted any time, has he? Firmly went about his business and just got on with the job at hand.
Can't imagine Mitchell Mann will continue on. Indeed, he does not. And so Chris Wakelin prevails by 3 frames to 0. And it means that he will take on Julian Leclerc in the last match of the day, needing only a draw to top the table. As for our next contest, it is to determine who finishes in 3rd place. Can Mann, in 5 minutes' time, get his head together and put in a much better performance to deny Daniel Womersley?
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
champions!
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
The action continues after that quick-fire win for Chris Wakelin, who's in good shape now. Of course, 6 points in this table. He's going to play Julian Leclerc later, needing a draw to win the group. But next into the Lion's Den, it's Mitchell Mann and Daniel Womersley. Still in the second frame, actually, on table 2. Joe O'Connor leading Liam Pullen 1-0. Zach Surety, of course, has already won 2 matches there. He plays Joe O'Connor last up. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that live for you. This one, well, obviously Mitchell Mann's had a pretty miserable day, 2-3-0 defeat, but he can still avoid bottom place if he wins this match. Womersley has a point on the board already, so if it ends in a draw, he'll finish above Mann. Of course, he can still himself get to 4 points if he wins this one.
They have played twice before. Mann beat Womersley 4-2 in the first round of the Event 3 at Q School in 2018. And they have also crossed Qs in this tournament in 2021. It resulted in a 2-all draw. Mann made the early running with breaks of 55 and 86. And then Womersley won 2 tight frames to salvage a draw.
Well, he got that draw with Leclerc earlier. It wasn't a classic match by any means, but he dug in. Just hasn't really been producing the breaks today, which, you know, as we know at the top level of snooker, is how you're successful. And Mann's had a bit of a shocker, let's be honest. Really struggled.
Yeah, Womersley needs a draw here to be third. If he were to win and Wakelin were to beat Leclerc heavily, then Womersley could sneak into second.
Well, he just put off there. Yeah, well, it didn't help, but you know, he's struggling in general. His highest break today, he's played 6 frames, his highest break 22. Mitchell Mann. Womersley at least has had a 59. Now then, one of the, I think, most sort of resolute players on tour is Joe O'Connor, and here he is taking a 2-0 lead, it would seem, over Liam Pullen. Snooker's needed there. Beat Andrew Paget 3-1, so it's really boiling up to a showdown with him and Zach Surety later. But O'Connor, I guess he would like to win this 3-0, and then he would have matched Surety, who's only lost 1 frame. And then, you know, that could come down to high breaks. Well, it will do if it's 2 each, so that's going to be a bit of a blockbuster later.
Yeah, 2 very different players, O'Connor and Surety, but both of them are formidable when they're playing nicely.
One.
Just to say, having lost his first match, 3-0 to Surety, and now 2-0 down, Liam Pullen cannot top the Group 16 table.
5. Six. Thirteen. Fourteen.
Quite a delicate shot he was attempting, wasn't it? That cannon to the red on the right-hand side, but he missed it.
21.
Well, it's another opening that hasn't come to much for Womersley. As I say, that's been his sort of issue today, really. So can Mitchell Mann now find something? As I say, highest break 22 today. Don't think he's going to miss the first red, but what will it lead to?
1.
Not very much is the answer because he's missed the reds off the yellow.
3.
Just seems very dejected, the former European amateur champion. We talk about the fact that if he were to win this match, he would finish in 3rd place and win £1,000. And you would think, well, that's a significant incentive. But when your expectations are high coming here and they've been dashed, it is tough to get the motivation required.
Yeah, I mean, he's all over the place, isn't he? I'm sorry to put it that way, but it's just, you can see it for yourselves. Looks demotivated and demoralised. Big chance then for Womersley. But unable to take it, so this is the thing in snooker. You know, you've got to play better than your opponent. So you could be playing lights out and still not win. You could be really struggling but still have a chance. Mitchell Mann probably thought he'd lost the frame there, but actually a chance has come along.
1.
Yeah, even though there's 4 reds close to side cushions, there's an argument to say this is his best chance of the day so far. Dave was chronicling the fact he's had a very low high break. That should be eclipsed right here and now.
Seven. Eight.
He's not only played at the Crucible in the World Championship, he's also captured a title there. Junior Pod Black, 2007. Beat Jack Lazowski in the final. Been to a semi-final of a world ranking event, Paul Hunter Classic. That was in 2017. Quarter-finalist at the Northern Ireland Open in 2021.
15.
Today, though, has been overwhelmingly frustrating for him.
Taz, but the day's not over yet. You know, he can still get something out of this. He's just not landed great here. But still a chance to end the day on the high. You know, he might have enjoyed the performances, but if he can at least win this match, then he's got something to take away with him.
just keeps trying to
25.
To make the cannon on the red to free the black, and he can't do it. Well, that was a superb pot.
31.
But so much is conspiring against Man. He's desperately trying to stay at the table. Thought he might hold for this red, but he was incorrect.
Gentlemen, 31.
Well, he has improved his best break of the day, but not by that much. Just tuning in, the deciding match is going to be the last one between the top two seeds. It doesn't always work out that way. It wasn't the case last night, actually, was it? But Chris Wakelin and Julian Leclerc. Wakelin needing a draw there to win the group.
Well short of his intended nestle into the cluster.
What?
So, Womersley in, of course, there's three reds clustered together on the right-hand side that are going to need some attention.
Seven. Eight.
So looking to leave some sort of angle off the red, which firstly needs potting, of course, with the rest, to then get into that cluster of three. But must be mindful of the pot here as well. Yeah, he's done well there.
13.
Well, it was a good effort, wasn't it? Just didn't quite have Not quite the direction on it, but it was a good effort, as I say.
Yeah, more of a flick than a hit. But Womersley's back in front.
Yes, so now the key passage of play in this frame.
What a bonus. So he basically planted across double and avoided any secondary contact with the cue ball.
Well, he's right behind it, but I'm not sure he can get through to the red deposit. Well, maybe he can. Yeah. So the fluke's looking even bigger now. He had that nightmare, didn't he, right at the end of last season, World Championship. He was 7-1 up against Ricky Walden to get to the final round of qualifying, and he lost 10-9 on the black. So it was a horrible way to end the season.
Yes, and as mentioned earlier, he started this season losing 5-4 on a respotted black. The snooker god's not too kind to man at the moment.
Well, it's in his hands to win his first frame here. It's a good chance now, and that fluke, who knows, you know, that could end up being the catalyst for winning the £1,000 in finishing third.
He's
sort of suggesting it flew off the cushion. He seemed to hit it a little hard, but he's on the yellow.
Not disputing man's version of events, but we haven't seen a great amount of big bounces, have we? You very rarely see them as the circuit travels around the world. That's one of the
24
added bonuses of the town chalk. So this is frame ball.
Yeah, and the fluke was, in the end, of a decisive moment.
28.
Maybe just the injection that man needs, because he's looked, as I say, a little demoralised after the 2 3-0 defeats. Wasn't doing much really in this frame either, but
33.
He's got one on the board. Mitchell Mann then wins his first frame of the day. He leads Daniel Womersley 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there! The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 1-0 to Mitchell Mann, and just waiting for him to return to continue against Daniel Womersley, building up to the crunch match, of course, between Chris Wakelin and Julian Leclerc. Table 2, the crunch match is going to be Joe O'Connor against Zach Surety, and O'Connor 2-0 up here against Liam Pullen. He's just had a 65 break in frame 2. If he can win 3-0, then he will have matched Surety in terms of winning 3-0 and 3-1 in his 2 matches, so that then raises the prospect of a draw and high breaks and all the rest of it.
Green. Green ball.
Well, if it goes to high breaks, O'Connor's in the box seat right now because he made 116 against Andre Paget earlier. Zach Surety's best thus far, 110. Joe O'Connor increasingly is one of those players who is so tough to beat.
Yeah, and of course, it looked like he would play Zach Surety in the World Open final, but John Higgins produced that great comeback to deny Zach a place. O'Connor played poorly in the final, he admitted that, but he played terrifically well before that in the tournament, not least to beat Sean Murphy.
And he's had success in this Championship League. In the invitation version, runner-up to Mark Selby. And he almost made snooker history. Had a 1-4-7, and then in the very next frame, he had a wonderful chance to make another. It really was an absolutely golden chance, actually. But he missed on 73, missed the 10th black.
Yeah, he's 1-4-7 as he just loses position there. He did something no one else can do for another 3 years. He made it on February the 29th. Pointless stat, but true nonetheless. Anyway, we're underway again here on table 1. Man managing to cover the red off the break-off. He needed some help, didn't he? And the fluke was definitely that. And he might have got a bit more if you can see this red.
Yeah, flukes by their very nature are random, but that was a very atypical fluke. It's amazing what a little bit of good fortune can do to a player's general mindset and approach.
Six.
7.
Well, ideally, he would have liked the cue ball to kiss the blue an extra inch or so, but at least he's got something here.
Referee will be watching closely here. These balls very close together.
Well, that's the second time he's been taken off by a thud somewhere.
Well, it was a clean hit, but he's not on the red, certainly to left corner.
12.
Might be another one that goes to that pocket, which would involve opening reds up. You can reach it. Got to have a toe on the floor at all times, at the very least. Was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it?
Mitchellman 12.
And so often when you see a player stretching like that, it's not so much the delivery of the cue. I think when they contort their body in that way, it can really compromise alignment.
Well, what a scoring chance this is. I mean, if he can't
1.
put something together here, he's going to be very disappointed. That was the thing about the shot man played. He was always opening reds up. So it's a bit of a gift, you would think, for Daniel Womersley.
Eight. Nine. $16. $17.
Over on table 2, Joe O'Connor has just spotted a really good pressure pink to middle, just trickled it in, bridging
24.
awkwardly over a couple of reds. So he's still in amongst them and 28 points ahead in the third frame, heading towards that 3-0 win over Liam Pullen that could be so valuable.
$25. $31.
Well, in the end, it's quite useful, this reds in bulk after the angle he got on the pink, so just trying to find his way back to the reds.
$32. $37. 38.
Womersley there thought he could pop the black and
45.
take the cue ball through without making contact with the red he actually hit. Well, that was a good pot, but an even better one will now be required to continue the break.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying earlier. He hasn't scored, and when he came to the table, you know, it was a frame-winning chance. It wasn't a chance to make 40, it was a chance to win the frame, but it doesn't look like it's happened.
Womersley, 46.
On table 2, the shoulders of Liam Pullen have slumped again. I think Joe O'Connor could be in to win here. Protecting the lead.
It's nicely done. That's not easy, clearly. White on the cushion. So 35 in front. Just looking now to bring this home and ensure, of course, 2 more frames. Table 2, Joe O'Connor is on match ball for a 3-0 win over Liam Pullen, barring snookers. Ooh, it kind of wriggled in, but it went in. 55 in front, 51 on. So if it is to be 3-0, then he's tied on points and frame difference with Zach Surety. So the big breaks, as Phil mentioned earlier, would come into it. And Joe O'Connor, in that regard, is in front at the moment.
O'Connor there basically wrapping it up with a shot he's very accomplished at pulling off that double.
Hello.
He's one of these people, he's mild-mannered when you speak to him, but he gets on the table, it's a different story.
12.
26.
On table 1, Womersley needing this black to get to the snookers required, as there's the handshake, so 3-0 confirmed. Liam Pullen stays on to play Andrew Paget next. Paget needing a draw there to finish ahead of him because he's won 2 frames, Pullen's won no frames so far.
20.
This frame won by Womersley now, so he needs one of the last 2 to grab a grand and go home in third.
27. $28. 35.
Well, it was a good pot he got in with in this frame, but of course initially he had that chance and the door was sort of held open for him a little bit. Anyway, he doesn't care. He's won the frame, and one more, and he will finish above man in the table. It's one each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
One-one between Mitchell Mann and Daniel Womersley. But the real action, of course, is going to follow with Chris Wakelin and Julian Leclerc, the group decider. And, of course, tomorrow is the last day of the first stage. We'll have the final 8 players coming in before we start stage 2 on Friday, the last 32. Well, yeah, he holds his hand up. I mean, he should have butchered the break-up, but he got the kiss on the red to knock it safe.
Yeah, the second really bad break-off of the second session today. Chris Wakelin in the very first frame against Mitchell Mann. He made a terrible job of it.
Just on tomorrow, we've got Aaron Hill, we've got Zhusa and Fang Zhengyi, but also Michael Shubacek, the youngest professional, just 14 from Poland. Liam Highfield back on tour. Sahil Nayar from just won the Canadian Championship, and he's on tour for the first time. Dylan Emery, Gary Thompson's quite an interesting lineup. Now the white needs to hold up. Oh, he's just kept running. We're just talking a centimetre or two there that's made a difference.
Blue ball. Daniel Womersley, 1.
Daniel Womersley will be competing on the Q Tour this season, and if he were to win £1,000, that would help with the expenses. The Q Tour was originally pretty much based in the UK, but that's not the case anymore, Dave.
No, most of the events next season are going to be across Europe. There'll be more events on the Q Tour in Europe than on the main tour. You do get British players who sort of complain about travelling, but I mean, they need to have a reality check. The game has been based, the infrastructure of the game has been based in Britain basically since snooker was invented. You know, we've got so many players from around the world who have huge travel costs, not just to tournaments, but to try and get the best practice and facilities in between. And some of them, frankly, just can't afford to keep it going. There's a great player from Brazil, Igor Figueiredo, who I think could have been certainly a top 32 player, but just couldn't afford to carry on. Chinese players, of course, they can get funding because of the state investment in China, but that's not true of every country by any means.
The way these groups are formatted, the way they're structured, this penultimate match quite often is something of a phony war. Everyone's waiting for the group decider next. But for the two players involved, obviously, it means a lot.
Same on table 2, where Liam Pullen and Andrew Paget are just about to start, ahead of the big match between Joe O'Connor and Zach Surety. Chance for man here. Black no good at the moment on the cushion. Blue not in a great spot, really.
One. Green ball.
Well, that was the best shot I think Man has pulled off in the match so far. Judge the angle of two cushions to go into the bunch pretty much ideally. Just a pity for him that the pink is in a congested area and the black is completely out of commission. Not to mention the blue being off its spot.
Five.
Well, I assumed he played to cannon the red to stay on the pink there to the middle, but it didn't quite come off. Yeah, it's you know, when you need a bit of help, the table isn't doing that. It's a tough table where the colours are the big colours. But he's decided to have a go now, and that's good to see, and it's a lovely clean pot on the green. If you could play to get the blue back on its spot, that makes such a difference.
8. Sorry. 9.
Yeah, so as I say, that's a help now.
14.
Overran for the middle, but can take the blue to the left corner.
Well, again, leaving a pot to middle.
20.
And you can't keep knocking those in. When it comes to the difference in the size and the cut of the pockets to a normal club table, the middle pockets on these pro tables are the most severe. He's doing well.
21.
More accuracy needed on the pink. There you can see good idea of the fact he's not got an awful lot to aim for at that acute angle. Now the big thing there was to avoid the jaw of the yellow pocket, which Man did, and I think he's got a reward. Pink spot occupied. So the pink going nearest its spot
27.
in a direct line towards the black. That's prevented Man potting a red, but there's another one there for him. Been hard work this break, and more toil to come. Undercooked for the pink again.
28.
Looks like he's decided to go on the attack.
And it was a missed recovery blue off its spot, actually, to this
28.
top right-hand pocket as we look. That was the start of Mitchell Mann's problems. It was in the first frame against Julien Leclerc. He missed it by some distance. Leclerc got in, made a few, and never looked back.
One. Seven. Eight. 14.
Quite a few of the qualifying school top-up reserves have cashed here in this tournament already. And Womersley, after playing that one on the nose, he could be cashing as well.
21.
Yeah, just needs one of these two frames, of course, to guarantee finishing above Mitchell Mann, and thus in the money. No, I mean, it wasn't straightforward with all the extensions, but it didn't kind of threaten the pocket either. So 6 points in it.
No, Womersley, 21.
Yeah, he's going to need all the reds, isn't he? Because he can't take the black off these reds, so he's not quite enough with the pink.
1. Seven. Eight. Fourteen.
Red and black have been stubbornly together pretty much all frame. Can Mann disturb them? He's 27 in front, so he will need an
21.
awkward red. Given the advantage he's got, there's a school of thought here that suggests that rather than getting the 6 extra points, he might be advised to put a colour safe. Yeah, because that angle, that dislodging angle, just didn't look on.
28. Chairman, 28.
Yeah, a lot of sort of the old school players would have certainly done that, but I suppose he's thinking, well, if I take the 6 points, then Womersley has to pop the black off the red, because 34 behind, 35 on. Otherwise, you could only tie with a pink. So it's going to be pink. It could be a respot.
One.
One thing clearly in Mitchell Mann's favour, the blue is blocking the yellow into its natural pocket.
Seven. Yeah, Womersley 7.
Man would have loved to have seen the table messed up there. Balls flying everywhere, but the colours remained in open play. Needs cover desperately. And the yellow really did bend away from the pocket there.
Yeah, he's got to hit this, but can't leave it on. Got the first part right. Needs this on the cushion. He's going to bounce, so it's clippable. And Mann looking good for the frame if he knocks it in. Snooker's needed.
Two. Mitchell 2.
On table 2, it is Liam Pullen, who's going to take the first frame from Andrew Paget. It's been quite a scrappy affair, lots of mistakes. But at least the youngster has put a frame on the board today.
Another chance for Mann to seal the deal in this frame. So, scrappy old frame, but it's been won by Mitchell Mann. I think Daniel Womersley has conceded. So it actually sets up a big last frame, doesn't it, in terms of who's going to finish third and fourth, with Mitchell Mann leading 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The the crown jewel of nine ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So this is effectively a £1,000 frame. Whoever wins it will finish in 3rd position. Whoever loses it will finish in 4th and get no money at all.
And for Man, it's also the carrot of 1,000 ranking points. And they're what he needs desperately, ranking points right now.
Oh, handy flick. We're building up to Chris Wakelin, Julian Leclerc to decide the group.
Quite often you get a vibe as to who will win a frame of this nature. One of the players might have some momentum more than the other. I think this really is a toss of the coin.
Yeah, I don't think either player's going to be leaving the venue tonight with a spring in their step necessarily, but the fact is one of them's going to leave with some money and one of them isn't. Both will be disappointed overall, I think, with their performance throughout the day, but it can still end on something of a high note. And suddenly, Walmesley does have a red to go out here to right middle.
One.
Well, he seemed surprised he hit the green, but it seemed to me quite inevitable.
5.
That was a cracker. Thumped into the back of the pocket. Really nice angle to drop on the only loose red. And from that red to go into the bunch and, from his perspective, hopefully spread them far and wide. Little short of pace, that shot. So the red will still cut back into a blind pocket, but I think the way he's playing this, he better pot it.
Well, it's not getting any easier. Another tricky pot coming up.
A little less angle on the black and he would have been fine. This is a knee knocker. Calmly done.
.21.
Just couldn't keep it going. Been the story of the day, really. He's had a lot of openings in the matches he's featured in, and he will feel he just hasn't made enough from them. Can Mitchell Mann fight back, though, here?
One.
Body language, he's not exactly exuding confidence, although he has been attacking in this match, Mitchell Mann.
Often when you're building a break, a red in bulk can be of great assistance, and that was a prime example. Oh. Okay, you got the split, but it matters not if you miss the pot. I think the pound signs in the eyes of both affecting their accuracy.
Attempt to pop this off the cushion.
That was poor because that is quite a big target, even when you're trying to pot it.
One.
And that was also poor.
Well, no matter how bad the frame, someone's got to win it, and Daniel Womersley favourite. Building a lead at 28 already.
He's trying to do what he did against Julien Leclerc earlier. He was 2-1 down in that one and battled through the closing frame. Now, the reason the cue ball travelled more than anticipated wasn't because he injected too much pace. It was because he marginally overcut the black, even though it eventually found the target. Oh, that was beautiful. Now, that really was a classy
17.
shot. I can tell you another frame has fallen to Liam Pullen. He's going
24.
2-0 up on Andrew Paget.
Can Womersley just haul himself over the line in this frame and ensure third position in the group table? .47 to the good, a couple of reds with colours.
27.
Should do it. Oh dear. Kind of sums up the day, doesn't it? Just not quite being as clinical as he would like when given the openings, and he's had a lot.
One. Three.
Snooker is an indoor snooker is an indoor sport, and yet sometimes players must feel as though they're metaphorically kicking against the wind. On certain glorious days, the game feels easy. On others, whatever you try and do just doesn't come off. You see, even there, okay, the red's in, but position not what he desired. Now he's looking at this plant.
11.
I think it needs slight manufacturing, but it certainly could go. At the moment, it's set onto that right-hand jaw.
Whoa. 21, 12.
In fairness, it was quite awkward queuing. So, Womersley, 35 ahead. Red colour red. But £1,000 in his bank account. Not dissimilar to the red he missed to the same jaw, using the rest a little earlier in the frame. Oh, but that was not in the same postcode as the pocket.
I think we can guarantee the group decider is going to be higher quality than this. Much higher. But when it'll start, couldn't say, because this is not over yet. That was another chance, and he got nowhere near the pot.
In golf, when a pro is missing the fairway to the right and maybe the next hole to the left, they call it a two-way miss. That's been Womersley in this frame. Undercutting and overcutting balls.
Got a cue ball there. Yeah, this is very much in the balance, even though Womersley's in front. All the reds are possible at the moment, so they'd be there for Mitchell Mann, in theory, if he got the chance.
Oh, Chilman 4.
Absolutely. And you look at this, the only ball on the cushion is the blue. But if you got down that far, there'd be no positional consideration because the pink's hanging over a pocket. Well, what a lovely flick that was off the yellow. Daniel Womersley suddenly snookered on all three reds, and the table primed for a clearance.
Well, he's brought it on himself, hasn't he? Because he's had a hatful of chances up to win this, and the old, you know, snooker gods, balls don't forgive you, all that stuff comes into it if you don't take your chances.
Tell you what, that approach sometimes works, but not in this instance.
One.
If he doesn't fancy clearing up Mitchell Mann, he should do.
7.
There has been so
German 7.
little fluency from Man all day.
All the balls that have been missed, and he knocks that in. So 25 in front. Still, of course, we'll need the last red now. Looking to push the brown safe with the lead he's got.
And you have almost won.
Well, that serves a purpose. When you're playing safety, always get the object ball in a contained area. That's the first talent.
Well, has he got one good pot in him here? Surely he's going to be on a colour if he knocks the red in, and that's all he would need. So can he just end the match with one good shot? He certainly can. Well, every credit. So it's been a struggle, but it looks like Womersley is going to get third place after all in that £1,000. And for Mitchell Mann, disappointment. Just a single point from the day. Of course, Womersley's got 2. And Mann will finish in 4th spot. It's not been a good match, no point pretending otherwise, but we're looking forward to the group decider. Chris Wakelin, Julien Leclerc. Mann has had enough. So it is Daniel Womersley who wins the crunch 4th frame. The match is drawn at 2-2, and Womersley takes 3rd position. Mann will finish in 4th. As I say, coming up 5 minutes from now, the group decider, Chris Wakelin against Julien Leclerc.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League is going to conclude with the decisive match between the top 2 seeds, Chris Wakelin and Julian Leclerc. As you can see from the table, Wakelin maximum points from his 2 matches 6, Leclerc 4. So that means Wakelin needs 2 frames. He can afford a draw. He'll be trying to win, obviously, but he can afford a draw. Leclerc has to win to get to 7 and overtake him. A draw's no good to him, although he's going to finish second at worst. Here we go then. Chris Wakelin aiming to become only the second top 16 player to reach the next stage. Of course, they didn't all enter, but Zhang Anda at the moment, the only one who's made it through. He's played well today, but he's got to bring it home now. This is the decisive match. Leclerc was impressive against Mitchell Mann. Less so, you got to say, against Daniel Womersley. It was a funny old match, that, very scrappy, but it's all about this one, and he knows he's got to win it. It's sort of almost cleared his mind, I guess. There's no just getting a couple of frames on the board. He's got to win 3. They played, didn't they, Jordan, in the shootout final? There's only 1 frame, but it was in this venue. Slightly different atmosphere, and Chris Wakelin, as Leclerc knocks in
1.
Terrific red, Chris Wakelin won it in 1 visit.
Yeah, I remember watching it, Dave. It was, yeah, pulled it off in 1 visit. You can't ask for much better than that to win your first ranking title, even though, albeit it was a shootout, but Chris won't mind that. Yeah, got up in the champions as well, and yeah, that's what happens in shootout. Julian just didn't get a chance, and like I say, called it off one visit. So yeah, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I don't think there'll be much safety played at all. I think it'll be all out attack from both these guys.
Yeah, and winning that shootout, you know, some people looked down the nose at that tournament, but Chris has said it really made a difference to him to, you know, be the last man standing, to win it in the way he did, to get a trophy, the spin-offs, the money, and he's, you know, moved forward since, hasn't he? He's been international championship runner-up. He was in the final in your fine city of Belfast, and he's a top 16 player, quarter-finalist at the Crucible. Beat Neil Robertson and Mark Allen there this year, so he's really pressed on from that initial win.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody says. I mean, any win nowadays on tour is, you know, it's definitely a feather in your cap, and you know, it could work against you. You know, you've seen the likes of Michael Holt and like Robin Hull years ago. You know, it could work against you. You know, winning the shootout. You know, just for some reason, you know, that tournament has been the detriment to, you know, people's careers. You know, so no, it's been total opposite for Chris. He's really pushed on from there, and yeah, he did say at the time that it's made a huge difference, and so it's proved.
Well, it's a different match, of course, this one against Leclerc. Wakelin holding the cards, but things can go wrong quickly. Now that red's gone over the pocket. Doesn't have the cover, so the Belgian beast is what they call him. Let's see if he can make an immediate impact here. As I say, it's been a mixed day for him, really. As I say, he played well in that first match, struggled a bit in the next one, but this is the one that really matters.
One.
Yeah, it's a decent shot. He's got a problem with red. It's surrounding the black spot, so obviously if he pots his black, you know, and doesn't can that red, it's gonna, you know, put the black out of commission. So he really wants to get that red out of the way. Okay, he plays one good shot here. Could really set him up nicely. Get a good start. Yeah, he's missed the cannon. Yeah, that was going to be a tough shot, that.
Eight.
Still has a red to middle. Not turned a lot down today, but he's turned that down. It's a big match. This can't really afford to be handing Wakelin chances. Having said that, he's gone in off.
Eight.
There's always a different feel about these matches. You know, there's a lot of jockeying for position throughout the day, but now it's clear what's going to happen. They both know. So a little bit more on it.
Certainly is. A lot more pressure applied in both players. They both know what it means, like you say, Dave. And, you know, it's all to play for. They both know exactly what they need to do. And that's a great opening pot from Chris.
One.
May only be one, but if he's tucked him behind the yellow, that's a huge advantage already.
Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a shot choice. I'm a bit surprised he played that, in all honesty. Well, the trickle up behind the yellow would have been the better option, but you know, still decent safety.
Maybe he thinks Julian's colourblind. He's put the brown in amongst the reds. There's a few that are. You know, some big hitters. Mark Williams, Peter Ebdon, world champions. The dreaded
he's got that slightly wrong, to say the least. May have been a slight roll off, I don't know, but either way, let's have Chris another chance, albeit not a great one, obviously, with pink and black out of commission, and obviously the brown out of commission as well. It's not going to be easy to score much from here. Might take a chance and dislodge the red from the black. Yeah.
1.
Yeah, he's done well there. Top side of the blue. There's a few reds in the open, so yeah, I say it wasn't a decent chance. Obviously, you know, you obviously rather have the big colours in play, but you know, we can still make a few from reds and blues. But obviously, key in this sort of situation to land top side each time.
6. 7.
Oh dear. This went all wrong. Obviously, felt like he needed to play a little bit harder just to make sure he was on the pink. You know, it was a delicate positional shot as it was, but yeah, well, that certainly doesn't help matters. Obviously, he's got the snooker, but you know, put another colour out of commission. Yeah, but still, he'll take the snooker.
Yeah, it's not the most inviting table where the colours have gone. I think the thing about Chris Wakelin that is a positive is I think that he feels he does belong in the top 16. Sometimes you get players who join that elite group and it's clear they're a bit uncomfortable. They get defensive. He's not been like that. We saw that at the Crucible. Just ran out of steam a little bit by the time he got to the quarters, but I think he believes he should be there, and he's earned another chance here. Going to be in the Shanghai Masters. I mean, that's a huge event, big invitation event, big money. That's something to really look forward to at the end of the month.
Yeah, I think in the past, Chris has spoken openly about, you know, how much he does believe in himself, and you know, why not? And he certainly backed it up in recent times. You know, Dave says top 16. You know, getting the spin-offs, the Shanghai Masters, and you know, he was in the Masters last year. And
7.
He, you know, it's alright saying these things, but you know, to back it up with something else, and he certainly has shown that.
He's going to play a local wildcard, a Chinese wildcard. If he wins that match, he'll play Zhao Xingtong, which will be Xingtong's first match as world champion. So I'm guessing there'll be some atmosphere there in Shanghai for that.
I'd say there'll be a couple of spectators watching that, Dave. Yeah, it'll be fantastic for all the Chinese fans, and in particular, you know, to see the new world champion. I think it's absolutely brilliant for Chinese snooker and new superstar. Obviously, we've had Ding for a few years now, being the flag bearer,
15.
but it didn't surprise me at all whenever Zhao won it the way he did. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I think we can all agree that, you know, he's going to be here to stay for a few years.
Well, Wakelin put the brown here, but he's going to, well, I was going to say get it back on its spot, but in fact,
15.
caught a red first. That has completely transformed the frame.
Yeah, try putting them back, ref. Oh, there's another opportunity gone begging. So he really has to take these chances, especially knowing what he needs to do, getting to 3 frames. You know, he's not going to get there missing balls like that.
One.
Especially the way this man's been performing all day. Just can't afford to let these guys off the hook.
No, I mean, at first glance, the brown looked like a big mistake, but actually, he's already forgotten about it. He's in again with a chance to kill the frame up and a much more open table than it was.
Seven.
And also, with him in the 16 and the success he's had, other players look at him different now. They know that he's dangerous.
8.
As you'll know, Jordan, if you win a tournament, you get a sort of new respect, don't you, from the other players?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very, fortunate, been recognised, such a significant achievement, obviously, for myself personally, and
14.
fellow pros, realise that obviously as low down as I was and how hard it is to win a tournament, full stop. It's, yeah, I was very thankful, obviously the respect I got, and hopefully it won't be the last, but obviously, hopefully a long career ahead of me, and hopefully I'll have that time again.
21.
Wakelin just checking the scores, 35 in front, so you're going to need a couple of reds here.
Yeah, well, like you said, Dave, he's very dangerous, and it wouldn't surprise me if he won a tournament soon as he's been knocking on the door. Obviously, he has won the shootout, but we're talking like a big ranking event. I don't think anybody on tour would be surprised if it was going to come, because he's certainly proven to us all that he's a formidable opponent and can beat anyone on his day, as he's shown in recent times. Obviously with the Crucible, and beating Neil and Mark the way he did.
Yeah, and some of the balls he was potting as well, particularly into middle pockets, had some of the old champions absolutely purring with praise. Anyway, he should have won this frame. 2 snookers needed.
36.
Would like this red in, just to stop any playing on. Leclerc played on earlier, needing 2 snookers on the pink, so he'll certainly play on here if he misses this red. Ooh, and he has done. So, not quite over yet.
26.
Or is it? He's actually conceded, I think. So, Chris Wakelin, needing 2 frames from this match, has won the first.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, Julian Leclerc chose not to play on there, and there was certainly a case to. But anyway, his mind is cleared now because he knows he's got to win the remaining 3 frames. If Wakelin wins one more, Chris Wakelin is the group winner. He'll come back for stage 2, which of course starts on Friday. I was very surprised he didn't play on. I mean, the red was unmissable. He would have been on the black. Now you're on the last red. There's chance for a free ball and all the rest of it, but for whatever reason, just didn't come back to the table.
Yeah, I find that decision a bit strange. I just think for Julian in this position, you know, obviously he needs to win 3 frames. You would think he'd be doing all he could to get those frames. Obviously, a terrific pot in the middle pocket, but earlier on the day, he was playing Daniel Womersley, and he played on needing a snooker and 2 snookers in the pink and black. And I just maybe thought that was definitely a case to come back to the table with 2 reds left, but obviously he definitely knows what he needs to do now. He can't really afford to make too many mistakes, if any, you know, if he's going to have any chance in this match. It's gone wrong, so just a safety. Chris has an opportunity here. That yellow's a big target to get in behind, swinging off 3 cushions. He's played this well. Just runs a little bit. Not quite. Still a decent shot.
Yeah, I mean, Wakelin of the 2 is the more measured, more percentage player, but also a heavy scorer when he gets going. Hence he's in the top 16 in the world. Had that great run last season to the final of the International Championship. That initially got him in the 16. And then in the middle of the season, he had other things to think about because his daughter was born prematurely, so understandably he just lost a little bit of focus, but certainly got it back towards the end of the campaign as he nails the plan. And this is going to come just past brown and green.
That's probably as bad as he could have landed in this red. It's a natural, obviously, to go up for the black. Yep. Still very gettable. Just needs to be careful with this one. Yeah, they're very missable, those.
Chris Wakelin, 5.
And yeah, another opportunity for Julian. Not opportunity he really needs. He can score a few here and just get his arm going, really, because obviously he can't really afford to, like I said earlier, just make too many mistakes.
1.
Yeah, it's all about these next couple of shots. If he can get that black on the spot again, get the white down in that area of the table, it's a great opportunity.
9.
Yeah, it's nicely played. Easily another 32 on here. Put him well in the driving seat for his frame.
16.
Well, he pots his black, leaves himself. He's angle on red, leave himself an angle on the black to go into the pack. I would do that with that red sitting left hand side, because he's always going to have that regardless.
24.
Now, of course, there is another match on. A match behind, actually. This is the 3rd and 4th place sort of playoff, really. Liam Pullen and Andrew Paget, and Pullen very close to winning it.
25.
And thus finishing 3rd. But the big match to come, Joe O'Connor, Zach Surety, they're tied on everything at the minute, so if that's a draw, it'll come down to high breaks, but that's going to be the group decided. They've both played well so far. Pullen, though, needs this for 3-1. So he's got some money and points out of the day.
32.
Remember, he hadn't actually won a frame before this match, but he's won the match now.
Yeah, that's a good pot. That shot previously, obviously, he didn't have a good angle to leave himself an angle on the black to go into the pack, so. But he did have that red at the bottom. He's played it well. He has an opportunity to go in the pack here if he wants to. I think he has to obviously get the reds out that he needs. Yeah, he just did not get into the cue ball enough. Hence why the cue balls went wayward.
40.
He's going to find it very difficult to carry on the break now. Yeah, he just felt like he needed to really bit more bottom on the cue ball there. Felt like it was like a half stun rather than a screw. We'll take a good pot now to keep this break going. Yeah, very tough pot. And
40.
Unfortunately for him, he's left him on a plate really for Chris.
Well, if you're just joining us, Wakelin needs one more frame, so what a chance this is to secure the group and his place in the last 32, the next phase.
1.
In his first match of the season, it was the Wuhan qualifying in this very venue. He ran into an inspired Marco Fu, who made 3 centuries to win 5-3. Chris didn't do much wrong there. That can happen, of course.
7.
But you just get on with the next tournament.
Yeah, the draws haven't been kind to him so far this season, have they, Dave? I believe he's got Karen in the British Open.
Yeah, that's an open draw, so he could have got anyone, and he's got last year's world champion. But I suspect Karen's not that happy either, drawing Chris.
No, absolutely not. But you don't mind. The old tournament that can bring up some matches like that. Mark Williams plays Sijawi, I believe, as well, and that's going to be an absolute cracker of a match. Yeah, Marco Fu, I think I spoke about him earlier. He's not going to be an easy draw for anyone. Obviously, he had his troubles during COVID times and injury problems and all that. And it's great to see him back. Obviously, Chris didn't see it that way, but yeah, with scoring like that, 3 centuries and a best of 9, thought it was going to be very tough to beat that. Chris has got to mind his work here. Just, you'd think the only stumbling block would be the yellow, but for a right-hander, you know, obviously that's a
30.
It's not going to be a real issue for him.
$31.
This is what some of the other players in the group have not been today. That's clinical, and the chances have come. Wakelin really focusing. He knows the maths of the situation. He knows that this frame, and it's basically done.
$38. $45.
Key shot here, you feel. Lands any sort of angle. Well, he's played for the yellow, so that's even better. He's landed absolutely A1 on it. Just a little soft screw. And he's absolutely, you can't really see anything going wrong. So 8 in front, so we'll need up to and including the blue to put this match and grip to bed.
50.
Just needs one more piece of good cueing. That's a brilliant shot. Couldn't have hit that any better.
Well, this is what the top players do. They get one chance and they take it in the key frames.
57.
This has been a terrific contribution. This blue then, and Chris Wakelin is the group winner. Minimum of fuss from him. Hasn't gone down to a scramble in the last frame. He needed 2 frames from the match, and he's won the first 2. And he can, of course, end the night on 9 points. Chris Wakelin then bringing his A game to the Mattioli Arena, and whatever happens in the rest of the match, he is the winner of this group.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Of course, the match continues, but Wakelin's done his work. He's won the 2 frames that he needed to win the group.
Third frame, Chris Wakelin.
Just a question of whether he ends the day with 3 wins out of 3, 9 points, or can Leclerc at least win these last 2. Joe O'Connor and Zach Surety about to start their crunch match, and that really is in the balance because they're level on points and frame difference. Joe O'Connor at the moment's made the high break, but we'll see. That's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Leclerc lining up along ready, may as well go for it now, try and end the night on a high. And well, it's finished nicely, so let's see what comes of this visit. He certainly, as I said earlier, you know, these balls stay potted. He doesn't sort of hold back, does he?
I don't think he realises that you don't really need to play them that hard, Dave, but yeah, it's a fantastic opening pot. And yeah, hopefully, you know, obviously these potential 2 frames, I think it's more a pride thing now, just, you know, pot a few and show everyone at home what he can do, because he's a fantastic talent. And you know, he's still only young, he's still in his early 20s, got a big future ahead of him. He's already had some really good results in the game, and he's yeah, he's going to be around for a few years.
Well, I guess when your nickname is the Belgian Beast, you can't sort of be floating the balls in, can you? It's like you've got to sort of live up to the billing.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
It'd be like, you know, the Hurricane, just, you know, playing safe all the time.
The slight breeze.
This is the thing. I mean, Alex Higgins, obviously the Hurricane, Jimmy White, the Whirlwind, and all the rest of it. But it used to be, back in those days, it was mainly to put on an exhibition poster. It wasn't that everyone had to have one.
17.
Whereas now it seems they do. And of course, you're the Antrim Ferrari. Did you choose that, or did someone choose it for you?
I think my good friend Robbie Watson, I think he gave me that tag. It's give him a mention. Hope you're well, Robbie. Yeah, I'm playing like a Ford Focus these days. But
24.
yeah, there's certainly a lot more nicknames that are better than mine. But yeah, no, it's definitely fitting for this big man here. Just crunches them in.
25.
Well, one of your compatriots, Joe Swale, he had a great nickname, the Outlaw, and it was Alan Hughes, who's the old MC, great, sadly just passed away, but a great guy, Alan. He'd seen the film, The Outlaw, Josie Wales.
Josie Wales, yeah.
And he said it sounded a bit like Joey Swale. So it's one of those that needs explaining, but it's still actually a really good nickname.
Yeah, legendary. Yeah, it was definitely fitting for Joe, and
33.
good friend of mine. Hope you're well, Joe, and living the life out in Spain somewhere. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself, but
he actually came over to Sheffield for a couple of days for the Crucible, and he is well. He looks really well.
40.
Anyway, so far so good. It'd be good to see Leclerc end on a high. Obviously, he can't win the group, but he's looking to show everyone what he can do. He did make a century earlier today, and could make a big break here, potentially.
yeah, he's just showing us exactly what he can do. Yeah, the pressure's off and all that, but you know, this is why he's, you know, one of the prospects for the future. He's a big lad. He looks older than he does, you know, with the size of him, but he's yeah, what a talent and phenomenal power of the ball.
It's a shame because he was on reds and blacks, wasn't he? But he's missed that one, so end a break on 49. I mean, that would have been something if he'd have made a maximum.
I think maybe he was starting to think about it, Dave. You know, nothing to lose and all that. You know, why not?
Absolutely. One to be in the record books. Wakelin, oh, he's missed that. I guess, I mean, maybe his focus now, Chris Wakelin, is not quite there. He's done his job. I suspect had that been the previous frame, he would have potted that. So, Leclerc back in.
1.
Seems likely we're going to have one more frame to bring you.
8.
I suspect it won't be safety dominated somehow.
9.
No, I said at the start of the game, I just couldn't see much safety being played. You know, both the really attacking players, and especially now, you know, pressure's off both of them. You know, they're just going to go for it. But
16.
this is good to see. He's showing us what he can do.
Yeah, in a funny way, the pressure's off him now as well, because he can't finish top, but he can't finish worse than second. So it's really just a bit of a free hit. This frame is over. I don't think Wakelin will entertain playing for snookers, even if he gets the chance. That's the thing with this format. You can get a group going down to the last frame, maybe a high break, but it can also end before the last few frames.
One. 32. 38. 39. 45. 46.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Julian. You know, it's a long season ahead. You know, it's also a bit of match practice. You know, against top player Chris. You know, and there's nothing wrong with what he's doing here. Just plotting a few, and
55.
he's certainly got the capabilities of going deep in one of these tournaments very soon.
Yeah, I like the fact that he, you know, he's not bashed the balls around here, has he? He's just trying to clear up.
It's a great attitude to have as well. You know, he's not just going and just bashing them around. You know, he wants to perform, and you know, it's a pride thing as well. It's great to see.
So Julian Leclerc has won frame 3. We have one more, but remember, Chris Wakelin already confirmed as the group winner.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Last frame of the day coming up. Of course, it's a dead frame, really, but let's see who could take it. Chris Wakelin, well, I'm sure would like to finish on 9 points, but the main thing is he's, of course, won the group already. Still in the first frame next door in their crunch decider in that group. Joe O'Connor and Zach Surety. Well, it's a frame that sort of doesn't need to be cagey, but it is, because, you know, what you're supposed to do here, really.
Touching ball.
It'll work itself out, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Joe O'Connor looking good. In the first frame on table 2, not much more to do to secure it. And remember, if it is 2 each, it'll come down to the high break. At the moment, O'Connor has got that, so if he wins the first frame, the pressure's really on Zach Surety to realistically win the next 3.
Of course, that has happened a couple of times, Dave, with the... it has come down the high break, and I can remember Dave Gilbert doing it one year. I think it was like a incredible break. It was like 130, you need 135 or more to win the group, isn't that right?
It was certainly north of 130. He made 136, so yeah, it was incredible actually. To, you know, to do that to sort of order, as it were.
42.
Yeah, incredible, but obviously, for chances of that happening, you know, well, you never know, but Joe obviously knows what he needs to do. If he gets a 2, you just make sure you pot a couple of reds, and then it's basically done and dusted.
Well, O'Connor has won the first. Now, Julian Leclerc's knocked in a great red, so let's see if he can produce some sort of grandstand finish for us here on table 1. Well, not in that visit.
6.
Just looking ahead, Jordan, we'll see you, I guess, next in Jeddah for the big tournament there, the Saudi Arabia Masters.
I must say, I'm really looking forward to that tournament. I really enjoyed it last year. We were in Riyadh, and I'm interested to see what Jeddah has to bring. I'm sure we'll get treated really well. Last year was a huge success, and yeah, get a couple of weeks practice under my belt and get ready for that one. Obviously a big tournament, and
7.
hopefully you know, do well out there and climb my way back up the rankings.
8.
Yeah, Jeddah, it's on the western coast of Saudi Arabia. It's a little sort of quieter than Riyadh, which was a very busy city, and it's being played at the Green Halls, where the World Pool Championship will be staged next week.
13.
Of course, if you can do well in that, it really gives your season a massive injection early on.
14.
Certainly take a lot of pressure off anyway. You know, you get off to a good start, you know, and certainly set the tone for the rest of your season. You know, take a lot of pressure off, plenty of ranking points at stake, and yeah, no, hopefully hoping for a good run out there, and yeah, hopefully the tournament as a whole is a huge success.
20.
Yeah, for those who are not aware, the whole tour goes out, so it's not. It's a tiered system, but they don't play matches in the UK. It's everyone on tour plus wildcards will be there. Chris Wakelin, of course, will be coming in the last 32 as a member of the top 16. Will he go there as the winner of the first ranking title of the season? He's going to be in stage 2 of this Championship League, whatever happens in the next few minutes.
26. One. 32. 37. Extended? Mm-hmm.
Tricky wee one here for Chris. He got the long stuff, but you can't exactly see. He needs to get this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feared that might happen. There's always a risk with that shot. Not that it matters, obviously, but I mean, just saying that shot in general, it's always difficult whenever the tip of the cue is so far away from you. It's obviously difficult to get that long stuff out of the way and get. It was obviously playing it with plenty of screw up for blue or bulk colour. Yeah, it was a lot trickier than it looked, that one.
Just to say, in terms of Chris Wakelin, the next group he goes into with Dave Gilbert, former winner of this title, Ricky Walden, and also Lu Hongyu, who played really well actually to win his group. So that's going to be very competitive. There'd be a bit of pride, I think, for Leclerc to end the day unbeaten. Obviously, he won his first match, drew his second. Could say, well, no, but nobody beat me today.
17. 17.
Yeah, definitely. He could have easily have, thrown in the towel and once it got to 2, but he's shown a lot of character here.
24.
And like Dave said, and if he comes away here unbeaten, definitely be given plenty of confidence going forward.
Well, just as this match comes to an end, just want to thank you, Jordan, for joining us today. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, I've absolutely loved every minute of it. Something I've always wanted to do, and thanks to you and Phil. You've been great company today, and hopefully do it again very soon.
Absolutely, we'll put you on the list for next year. Just a question of whether Julien Leclerc can take this out now. Chris Wakelin won't be that bothered either way. He's done his job. He did it very efficiently. And he's a major threat, clearly. I mean, there's only actually 2 top 16 players in the last 32 of this event. Sangander and now Chris Wakelin. A few of the others, of course, didn't enter. Some fell by the wayside.
$45. 46.
So this is all about landing on this yellow.
Yeah, it's a lovely contribution, this.
53.
Obviously the group being done already. Oh. Spoke too soon.
53.
Well, not quite there. 26 in it, 27 on. Wakelin playing double. It's one of those, I mean, the frame's dead, okay, but neither player will want to lose this frame, will they? Now they've got down to the yellow, you want to win the frame. Leclerc with a chance to do that if he can thump it in. Well thumped.
Yeah, great pot. I think regardless of whether Julian pots the screen or not, I could see a handshake as it's a dead frame. As it happens, he's potted it, so yeah, great effort this. And yeah, I'll give him a good boost for the next few tournaments. Coming away unbeaten, albeit not qualifying, but he's done well today. And well played to Chris.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin, the top seed, has booked his place in stage 2 of the Championship League. He needed 2 frames from this match. He won the first 2, but Julian Leclerc has ended the day unbeaten. Because he won his first match, has drawn his next 2. So Chris Wakelin, he's going to top the table on 7 points. Leclerc second on 5. There are the results then. It's been an interesting session. Of course, Wakelin with the 3-0 win over Mitchell Mann really became a big favourite. And then just needed, as I say, the 2 points. Sorry, the 2 frames from the last match. The other table is very interesting. Joe O'Connor and Zach Surety going head-to-head. They're level on points and frame difference coming into the match. Joe O'Connor, as we saw, won the first frame, very early stages of the second. So Zach Surety will either need to beat him or, if it's 2-2, make a higher break than 116, and he's running out of frames. So Joe O'Connor, the favourite there. There's the table, just to confirm it, all level. And of course, uniquely in this format, if it is a draw, it's who's made the highest break during the day. Still time for Zach Surety to beat that break, but you feel more realistically he's really got to win 3-1. Of course, that's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. You can watch that through to conclusion. Whoever wins, they'll certainly enhance the next stage, and we've only got one more day now of stage 1 to bring you tomorrow. That's just to confirm the table here. On table 1, Chris Wakelin, then 7 points. But of course, had he needed to win that last match, he may well have ended up with 9. Leclerc on 5. Finishing in second place. And just to reiterate, Chris Wakelin comes back into a group with Dave Gilbert, Ricky Walden and Lou Hongyu as he attempts to reach the last day and potentially win his second ranking title. Of course, he won his first here in Leicester at the shootout a couple of years ago. So these are the matches tomorrow. Jusa, the top seed on table 1. Michael Shubacek, now he's a new professional, just 14, the youngest ever professional from Poland. Fang Zhengyi, he's won a ranking event before now, the European Masters, and Liam Highfield back on tour. And there you can see the matches on table 2, but let's now hear from Chris Wakelin. He's talking to Phil.
Chris, very well done. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, it was played reasonably well out there after a shaky start against Dan in the first match, and knew that a draw was good enough in the last match to get through.
Julian Leclerc is a very dangerous potter, so you went into that match knowing you only needed a point. It must have been a source of relief to clear up the way you did in the second frame.
Yeah, to get it done that way, you know, it's a little confidence booster as well. Julian's a very dangerous player, and when he gets on a roll, he can make things happen. But managed to sort of shut down that comeback pretty quickly and get over the line.
I thought you played brilliantly at the World Championship to beat Mark Allen and Neil Robertson in back-to-back matches. You must have gained an awful lot of confidence from the Crucible coming into the new season.
Yeah, this is a position that I've always dreamt of being in. And in years gone by, I'd have been dreading or fearful of being in this position of the rankings where you know expected to do well, you expected to play well and beat other top players as well. I feel like I'm going to relish the opportunity this year because you know my top 16 place isn't guaranteed for very much of this season. I need to have a few good runs to try and prevent anyone from overtaking me, but I'm going to go out there and give them my best shot.
And finally, winning no group in the BetVictor Championship League is easy. Obviously, it gets tougher now, but I believe you've got the profile, the experience, and certainly the confidence to maybe win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on offer this week. You know, it's been, you know, you guys have been here for 3, 4, years now for this one event. I mean, there's like 20 guys behind the scenes here, everyone, and they all look absolutely knackered. So you guys are looking forward to a break when it finishes. But yeah, I mean, whoever wins this tournament gets into the Champion of Champions. There's a lot of money up top, and guaranteed places in the Grand Prix as such. They're already on offer this early in the season. So there's only 32 players left now, and I'll be giving it my best shot to see if I can win it.
One group down, possibly 2 more to go. Well done.
Not for you. You got another 50.
Well, the work's not done for Chris. He'll actually be commentating tomorrow, so he'll be with us and no doubt in good spirits after his efforts today. So well done to him. Just to reiterate, Table 2 does continue. But that's it. We're looking forward to tomorrow, the last day of the first stage. Thanks for everyone for watching today. Thanks as well to Jordan Brown. But from us all in Leicester, it's good night.